All right, welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For Ride or Die, session 37.
Ride or die.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, strap yourselves in. It's time to go shopping.
Right, buckle up.
I figure out what Ride or Die wants to do with the plentitude of coin. So what happened in the last session? Well, we had an introduction of a new player that was done at first. The first commander could have Talthar Naval Base. That person was helping and aiding and has some connections to Fort Farron as well as just around the city of Alathan here. Tacking along to join you all potentially on the voyage to Fort Farron as well as other shenanigans you might have in place. The first commander kind of gave them as a recommendation on your major kind of quest, your major arc that it is that they were kind of attempting to persuade you to do, right? Like what this means in the context of the world and the continent and the Telthars, right? And stating that you all have the power to be able to do that. And honestly, it's really interesting that character really started off you all hating them in the Colosseum, being like, you just blah, blah. And they turned out to be like saying thank you now, and now even saying you're like heroes and like all these little things. It's just funny. So what we are going to be doing after getting the coin and now getting back to Brewer's Shop, which is where the coin is going to be stored. I'm just going to start calculate the pricing right of the items that you all had wanted, and if there's anything else you'll want, you can always just kind of come up with it and say, hey, this is what I would like. And then if you all want to kind of role play amongst yourselves in terms of in Brugge Shop, right, of what you want to do with that, you can, or you can do it out of character, whatever's most convenient and easy in terms of what you all want to accomplish today. So I'm going to go ahead and start calculating prices. Not all at once. Jeez. Silence.
I mean, I can't talk. I'm unconscious.
That's true. You're unconscious.
Yeah, why are you?
Well, that's what I was saying.
talking?
That's what I was saying. Out of character, right? You could. I mean, because you are unconscious.
Out of character, I'm unconscious too.
Out of character, I
Gotcha.
just stole
That's fair.
50 arrows from
That's right.
Ares.
It's just you're just like feeling them up, digging
Straight
in
up,
the
just like,
pockets.
oh, he doesn't need these anymore, right? Oh wait, you're down there. Never mind. Whatever.
Yeah, he's in the dungeon basement.
Sleeping.
Brugge
right.
is his dungeon master. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Damn right.
I mean, you guys don't know what happened with me, but we all know that Tardan cleaned her pipes.
Damn straight he
That's,
did.
that's true. Yeah.
I did a damn good job too. Even got us a free chest of holding out of it.
And we all know that
That's
was
a
10 to
tip.
15 seconds later. He was out of there, ready to go party. So
I mean, yeah, Tartan's not a one-woman type of.
That's
guy,
a bard
you know?
life. Yeah.
All right. Well, now what?
Todd, did you say something
Baxter.
about building a guild house?
Yeah, I was thinking. Depending on how long we're here and how long we have to wait on the courier, and they've got to gather the supplies for Dahi here. A couple of weeks to build a guild house wouldn't be unheard of.
What to what end? What would our guild do?
So I was thinking, I'm not quite sure what our theme would be, but I was leaning towards bards, no bias there at all. But it was more so that way we didn't step on the toes of the Emberrock as the adventurers, and then the Rudikar as kind of the thieves and the bounty hunters. The bards would have their own kind of guild here now.
To do what though, specifically?
They can gather intel, as I was kind of hinting at earlier when I was like, "Oh, we should go check or go stop by that kind of open area where you guys saw some of the troops play and the tropes and all the other stuff." Bards travel; they get lots of information very quickly, and people often take them for granted and will tell them things they often wouldn't tell other people.
Perhaps.
You
They're also a bit
Tardan?
loud.
They are very loud. Remember the whole make lots of noise?
I was gonna
big
say,
echo
is that what we
chamber?
want? Is loud.
Well, we make noise, but sometimes it's easier to gather information if you're quiet.
That is true, but that's where your connections to
I
Rudikar come in.
support
Now we
Tardan.
have two channels of information coming in.
I don't know. I'm fine either way. If it were me, and you want to be a bit more clandestine and not have people know what you're up to. Because honestly, a guild hall of bards just sounds like an intelligence gathering network. I would suggest perhaps a charitable home for wayward youths. Get all
What would that
the
profit us?
the beggars and street urchins on the across the city, and you put them to work gathering information. They can go places others can't. The people pay them no attention. It looks like a charitable pursuit, a place that we can perhaps stash and move money. Could even get investment from other organizations throughout the city.
The
Just something to
only
consider.
the only downside I see to that is then we have to start establishing one in every city. Bards kind
Perhaps.
of travel, so
That's true. So you want it to
I mean,
be
we-
like a continent-wide network.
yes. I want us to be able to go to a city and already have information about what's going on instead of stumbling into everything as we have been.
I imagine that would take quite some time.
Why we should probably start now. That said, we do have enough money that we could also start up the charity at the same time.
I'm fine either way. Just offering an alternative suggestion.
You guys just play rock, paper, scissors for it.
I mean, his is definitely more in the shadows. I just don't want to step on the Rudikar's toes in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, I mean, regardless of what we do, they're going to know what we're doing. So the key with them is to just not become competition. Don't take their contracts. Don't meddle with their business. And they won't care.
Do you think you could set up a partnership with them? If we were to gather information in the open and they were to do it in the shadows, that could provide us quite a bit of reach.
I don't know that they would go so far as a formal partnership, but they'd certainly be willing to purchase information if it were useful to them, or trade, vice versa. I just don't know how much information we can do, information gathering we could do loudly and in public that they weren't already aware of. It is sort of their game.
Well, honestly, I mean, you could just, hire somebody to walk alongside us and then send them into a city first, have them figure out what's going on, then come back and tell us before we ever set foot inside the city.
Like
Get a hire one.
a canary. Interesting. Just send it in, see if it comes back.
That's great.
I was gonna say a canary.
We've
and a
killed
coal
another
mine
animal
tends to be
now.
The thing
Great.
that dies first.
Oh
Right.
my god, I should go grab that stagecoach driver.
We could just we could use Frank's.
I should have grabbed him. He would have been perfect.
Frank, do you even remember his name?
What? No, Ari shot at him right after I met him. So no.
We don't remember names. Yeah, we won't remember that name. Okay, so I calculated out to be the total. It's 53,700 gold pieces total for a chest of
Chump
holding,
change.
free. Lyre 16,000, bracers of defense 7,000, rhythm makers drums +2, 5,500, arrows +2, 100 gold pieces per arrow, or 3,000 for 40. Gloves of thievery, so 700 there. Chest of preserving is free. 2 bird sling 8,000 plus 1 half plate 9,000. Stone of good luck 2,100 and cloak of protection 2,400.
I think I'd actually like to scratch the cloak of protection and just try making it myself, since I do actually have the proficiencies for that.
They have the attunement slots. Could I do that?
Yeah, let's make sure you have the slots, right?
Yeah, because I'd be giving up the loot, so
No,
I
it's
could
gonna be
actually do the
50.
lyre.
51,300, and that doesn't obviously include the materials to make a cloak protection yourself there. Add that on.
How many
Oh,
plus
yeah,
arrows
that's
was it? Oh, I'm sorry.
What's that?
Go ahead, David.
We were also going to dump some money into just picking up generic potion supplies to make on the road as we need them. So, but that we didn't settle on an amount for that.
Yeah.
What's the potion cost to make?
I mean, you could just buy like 5,000 gold worth of supplies and then deduct the cost of the gold from the bank of supplies every time you make something.
It's true.
Do that.
So,
That sounds. I don't know how much 5,000 would get us, but it sounds reasonable to me.
I don't think that I need the lyre and the drums though, so I think we just do the drums.
Why? Hold on. I thought you wanted the lyre.
I did, but it only gives me wall of fire once a day, or I have the drums for a permanent +2.
Oh, your attunement, right? You're running out.
Well, having both of those would put me at cap. So if we found anything else, I'd end up having to give one later. So I'd rather just have an open slot.
You do realize though that if that's the case, you stick with the drums, you're gonna have to play the drums. Like they're your focus now, right? Dum, 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 dum.
I am proficient in drums.
Are you really?
I
Yeah,
am proficient in
It's
drums.
proficient drum. It's all that matters.
So
Okay,
and how
so
many
we're
plus 2
scratching
arrows was it?
It'll be 40 arrows for 3,000.
we do 80 for.
Yeah.
Send it.
Send it. We may as well.
You wanna do
Honestly,
80 arrows for 6,000.
Fuck.
I mean,
I mean, you think about
We're
it.
scratching the lyre.
Are you guys cool with me spending 16,000 on the lyre?
that's fine.
If so, I'll take both of them just so we have
I mean,
the damage.
Yeah, I mean, what we're spending? What, about 55,000 or less? No, with the 5. How much do you need for potion supplies? Is 5K enough, or do you need more?
I mean, it depends on the potions we want to end up making. We could just make one 5,000 gold legendary potion, and that'll eat through it all.
Go
makes
big
it-
or
we'll be
go
doing
home.
that.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
That does not sound
the-
like a good use of the 5,000 gold.
Yeah, no.
So
So
the potions are going to follow the rarity table, right? And so
Yeah.
that's what the dictation of cost is. Because if you try to attempt to buy them in real time, right, you're going to obviously run into the fact that they're going to be more expensive, right?
Yep.
So the idea behind it is that you can make them for cheaper because the shops are going to be some percentage higher than the cost you're going to. So that's one of the things there. So if you buy 5,000 to get a consumable, it's a single, right? So it's a single use. So a rare potion would be 2,500 gold pieces if you made it yourself. And in terms of that and how it translating that, that would be not even a greater. I think it's
That'd be a superior.
right?
Is
Yeah,
rare.
so
Yeah.
superior is rare. So you can make 2 potions of superior with that, which is 8d4 plus 8.
yeah, but for the cost difference, you can make a ton of the next step down, the uncommon tier
Yeah.
potions.
Yeah, the greater
Which are
ones.
4
that just make a
d4s
bunch.
plus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with everything that we have, how much gold is left?
A lot.
We have in the treasury. Yeah, we'll still be over 100K.
Yeah,
think.
so, I
Still
mean,
over
I don't.
100K.
Yeah, even if we wanted to spend more money on some of the potion stuff, like I wouldn't say no. I mean, we got a lot of gold, and we're in a town where we can get supplies. So
Yeah. So
who
maybe
knows when that'll happen again?
maybe throw. I mean, 5,000 gold will get us a lot of uncommon potions. So
Yeah, that's like 20 potions.
common and uncommon covers a lot of ground in terms of what like non-healing potions can do. So I feel like 5,000, maybe 10,000 is plenty.
I'm
Do
fine
10.
with either.
I mean, we have a chest of holding, so we have plenty of room. How much does that hold again? It's what, like 5,000 pounds? Hold on. Homebrew rules. Storage items, chest of holding,
using the tools.
10,000. Use the tools. See, not talking on my ass.
It works pretty well, right? With the
Yeah.
whole table of contents in the left. The chest
Yeah.
of holding would be 10,000 pounds.
Yeah. So I would say if we're at 100,000 gold now, 10,000 gold of potions, that'll last us a long time. And we
Yeah.
still have 90,000 left, and we sit on that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Zero
All right,
issues.
so 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 gold of generic pool of potion supplies.
Calculate this again.
Sorry, we're making it difficult for you.
No, I just want to make sure the numbers are right. That's all.
Can I make it more complicated for you and sell the loot back to her?
Oh my god.
She would never take the loot back.
Oh!
Anyone want to loot? Actually, what's my other magic item? Can I just have like a bunch of magic instruments? That'd be badass. That would be the most bard thing ever. Just mid-battle swapping
think you have a
instruments like
ring of
people swap
protection or-
weapons.
You have a ring of protection or something, don't you?
I do have ring of protection.
I thought we gave you something like that.
I forgot that was an attunement slot.
That's 64,300.
Yeah. And I'll spend
4,300.
I'll spend an extra 900 gold to pick up the supplies to make the cloak of protection for myself. So, because I assume, well, it's only a DC 13 to make it. I can probably pass that in one go. Let's just spend 450.
What am I subtracting? I'm subtracting 6340, right?
You're going to subtract
63,
64,750. I'll put it in chat real quick.
Hey, we still managed to keep it over 100k.
No, that's 64,000, but we could have just done a hostile takeover of like Harak.
What do you mean? Harak is probably not even existing anymore.
That's what I'm saying. We could have just taken over.
Taking over, there's nothing there.
Yeah, we will build and they will come. Have you never seen Field of Dreams? Come on.
I don't even want to go back to Harak.
Okay. So I'm going to start putting items into character sheets.
For speaking of that, this just reminded me, because now I want you to redo this again.
Okay,
No, I already did the subtraction. This is a new order.
It's okay. A new order.
No, it's
That's
fine.
fine.
It's separate. I don't. If we're buying potion supplies, do I need to have supplies on hand, not counting the special ingredients for poisons, or is that just to like spend the money to make it?
It's about spending the money to make it. It's in terms of
Okay.
your role play. So David's interpreting it and saying if we're out like adventuring, we're not inside an area where there's a town or there's a a place, right? We can just like buy the supplies now and then take that with us so that we can just do
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
at a later point.
We get that chest
Um,
of preserving to stick all the sensitive ingredients in, take it with us, make it on the spot. If we end up in the Underdark and you're never going to find the supplies to make potions or
Yeah.
poisons.
So
No,
that's
we would
just,
just find a dragon to fly us out.
Right, could happen. Yeah. So just if we need to buy some stuff now, I would spend a few thousand on poison supplies, but
Okay, let's just do
otherwise we
it.
can do it later.
Spend 3,162 gold on poison supplies.
Sure.
3,100.
162.
I think he's trying to make
So-
it exactly 100K.
Oh,
that's
gotcha.
exactly what he's trying to.
So Ethan, so how much in gold do you want to spend on poison supplies?
What he just typed 3162.
Let's just make it way more complicated.
I just wanted to have 100,000 gold left in the treasury. That was my only goal for this session.
Oh, weren't we gonna split and put money in our inventories from that too? I don't think I ever didn't. Did you count that?
I thought we already subtracted that out because I have it in my inventory.
Yeah, me too.
I
I
thought
did-
you guys
I didn't-
actually maybe we did.
I didn't add it. What was it? 500 each or something?
I did, yeah,
500.
500. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I
should've
took
been.
that 2k out already. Because I already had money, so I was like, yeah, you guys
Gotta
should
be
probably have
liquid
traveling
just
and-
in
money.
case.
And I did not have money, and now I have money, so I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
we
I
already
don't have
did it.
money. Oh yeah,
Oh,
because
that
I kept
sucks.
buying nights at the inn. Yeah, that's fine. I can make money. I don't need money. I also just spent like way more money than I wanted to.
That's fine.
What else are we gonna do with it?
Honestly, that's what it's here for.
Ooh.
Yeah, like that's literally what it's here for.
So 100K left. Then we need to figure out what we're leaving with Bruga and what we're carrying in the chest with us.
Yep, and
Now you
every
gotta
10
presumably we're gonna
coins is a
carry cash.
pound.
Every how much?
10 coins is a pound, right? So
Those
that
beefy
means
coins.
Yeah, that's. Are we sure it's?
I
10?
thought that's how it is. Is it not? Pretty sure it's 10 gold coins is a pound.
Could be.
Every
High
10,
quality
10
bullion.
gold.
Yeah, isn't that a
one
pound?
gold piece? One gold piece is 0.02
0. So it's every 50 gold.
every 50 gold. Should be
Is
if
a
I
pound, yeah,
remember,
yeah.
if I remember correctly, in 5e.
EM said it was every 50. That's what it's going to be.
It's
I mean,
points.
yeah.
Yeah. So this is. I don't even know how I remember that, but that's in the DMG somewhere. That's
Yeah.
A gold
You're
coin
right.
weighs 0.02 pounds.
So
Mike,
Look at the
we could-
brain.
And the brain.
So
Fucking big
happy.
brain.
We could literally take all of it with us.
I don't think that's smart, maybe, but I don't know.
So, yeah,
Honestly,
we
though,
could
who's
take
going
as
to try
much
to
of it
rob
with
us,
as
though?
well.
You know what I
That
mean?
is
Who's-
also.
Yeah, who's
I
going to
mean-
try to rob us?
I say we take 20k because we've
Alright.
never had more than 20k at one point anyway, and that's been plenty. And
It's
then we leave
Good
80
to
here.
be a little liquid, just in case.
But how
You
much
never
are you
know.
going to spend building your bard network?
Did we decide that
80K?
we're going to do that? Because that's, I think we have to go
Doesn't matter to
find
me.
land. I think we were going to wait and see what the courier said tomorrow, and then depending on that, yeah. Like if we have to go to Balder tomorrow, there's no point in me spending time trying to build
That's
a fucking
fair,
guild
yeah.
house.
I mean,
Could
you
take
could
me
just
like a
pay
month.
somebody to do that, right? Like just hire an estate manager or something to get it going.
I
Hey,
mean, yeah,
Bruga.
they'll get it built, but then like, who's gonna recruit the bards? You think I'm gonna leave that to some second-rate fucking bard guild master?
You can
What
have
do
them
I
send
look
you,
like?
send you a pigeon
Silverton.
or something with a resume and a CV.
Have Bruga be the one that does the interviews.
If you can pass
Oh
Bruga's
my
test,
God.
you know you're up for
Yeah,
it.
if you can find Bruga's shop, you qualify. It's easy.
Hey, Bruga has really good taste in bards. That's all I'm saying.
All right, you know what? Let's focus up here, Darden.
Hey, I wasn't even the first one.
I know you weren't, but somehow it's your fault. I don't know why, but I'm starting to get the vibe that they were laying down before I showed up here. All right, well,
And that almost was the group name after
I
all.
know. and then,
Tardan's fault. Yeah,
and then
that
I
was
came
almost
along
the
and
group
ruined
name.
it. And my first session, Adam fucking
Just fucking
Oh.
ruined it. Now.
yeah, it was my
That was,
fault.
that was great.
Fucking ruined it.
Getting yourself in trouble
Okay,
like that.
so the lyre is set up. The spells should be there. Activation options: attunement gains 1 basically per dawn, and then each of the spells is like 1 consumption, right? Because you can only use one of them at a time. And then you just have to basically state if you're playing it or not, which is then we talk about charm conditions, right? You're going to basically put other things at like disadvantage. It's just something you have to declare. So
Yep.
the lyre should be there for you to be able to now attune and equip, and then you're getting the drums as well.
Yeah, the rhythm maker drums.
Set that up
The
to
steel drum.
your
That'd be
stuff.
pretty
Is
cool.
like plus 2 drum. I think the effect is already set up properly. So
We
then I'll do action here.
So I want to see something and see if this is going to do it automatically. Because obviously I'm going to be switching between instruments now. So if
You're just gonna
I-
have to. if you're just-
unequipped and re-equipped. Yeah.
So you can technically still use, yeah. So you can still have both of them equipped. I think that the effect is a passive effect, and then when it's unequipped, it'll be unavailable. So it's going to turn it off. So when you equip it, it should put the effect into passives. So you'll just have to make sure that your lyre can-
re-equipped.
yeah, your lyre can always be equipped because it doesn't matter. The spells are going to be in a different
Used
category.
when I have it. Yeah.
Right. So you can just have that always equipped and then just use it when you're saying you have it. And then the drums, though, that +2, that's going to be
That
something
I
you
have to
actually
unequip and
actively
re-equip.
have. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Which I'll see the modifier if there's ever like an issue or something. So, all right. So those
Yep,
two
nope.
items are in your inventory there, and then you're getting the chest of holding, right?
Yeah. Who's gonna carry that? Hey, Frank, you want to carry the chest of holding?
Just put it in your back pocket. So,
It'll fit.
This will now be the second character that has had to carry a chest of holding. Michael, are we still doing
You
the
get for
straps
making
thing?
beefy boys.
What's
You know, wear
that?
it like a backpack.
My leather straps from my Monday
Oh,
character.
yeah,
Just-
That
on my
that's
You
funny.
wear it like a backpack.
That's what I did. Yeah, Michael's like, yeah, you get like these leather straps, and you can just wear them like,
You could,
Oh,
yeah,
what?
the
Oh my
straps like go
God.
around.
yeah.
Go
It was
around
just
the
like, yeah,
thing.
you can just wrap it around.
Mhm.
We had a cart, so we did like we were able to move it normally, but
Okay. So the bracers of defense are going to Frank. Frank, those should be into your
Oh.
inventory. You can
I
attune
forgot
and
about
equip
those.
them if you want, and then I'll
What?
drag the chest of holding into here as well. Which has its own storage.
wait, what the fuck?
What?
Wait, is that
While wearing these bracers, you gain a +2 monster AC for.
so? I shouldn't have a 25 AC, is what you're saying.
It's giving you 3.
It gave
of
me
them?
3 of them.
That's so
Nice.
So you know what? Frank the Tank, baby. He's got a 25 AC. Can I manually adjust it? Is that yeah, I can. Right?
This isn't the. It's interesting because it's not the first time that I've noticed that the effects are
Three of
getting
them.
duplicated.
Like with the invisibility
Yeah.
that does like 6.
Something's going on for sure with the effects, and there's error codes
Yeah.
right now too.
Oh,
Whether-
okay.
What I'm
Should I
putting in,
unequip
what I'm
it?
putting, but I'm putting in items. There's been
Oh.
error codes. No, we
Yeah,
can.
when I
I can
first tried
turn
to give
off.
Frank arrows, I got an error code, so
Yeah, I think that there's just something going on. I could just delete them, and they shouldn't repopulate because it's a passive. But I'm guessing if I unequip them, and then I equip them, I wonder if it's going to put 3 on.
Do it. Nope.
Nope.
So it was me apparently. I don't know how it didn't like it when I did it.
No, I think it's been a bug. I was working on the test server, and I was working with certain things, and I think that it's a problem with the
I mean,
with
I don't know.
DAE right
25
now. No, it's no worries.
AC would have been pretty pog. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
It would have been pretty cool.
I guess. Yeah, I don't see the target. I think you're okay. It's not duplicating yours, so maybe it's just specific items. I'm not sure. Okay, and then that's it. You have your arrows, and then Ares, you're just getting some arrows +2.
I think a bag of holding too
A
was on
bag
there.
of holding. Yeah.
A bag of holding.
Just
Is
for
that
the
in there?
arrows. It's a bag of arrow holding.
Hey, yeah, it's like a quiver.
Careful
You know,
not to
just-
pierce
I'm
it.
using it as a quiver.
Careful not to
He
pierce
just
it.
does
Oh,
a stack.
Yes.
You're
Like
using a
Dark-
bag of holding.
like Dark and Darker, the Ranger. You like
Pretty
you
much.
stock your quiver. You just pull it out of your bag of holding, put it in the quiver. Yeah, I'm good.
Drag this one in. That's the stuff. All right, should be good to go.
Spell save DC. That's huge.
Who has the other bag of holding? I'm assuming we got that from Dougal at some point.
That's what I thought, right?
Because it
Probably
has
I-
the-
Aethos.
Honestly, thought we gave that to Frank too, so somebody's probably gonna have to take
Oh.
that bag of holding.
I don't have it. No.
Oh, you don't? Who has
No.
it? Oh, we were still playing.
I don't think
With
we ever
Dougal
got
a
it
bit
because we
last
were in the
time.
combat.
Oh fuck. Yeah, that's
'Cause
right.
remember,
Actually,
he
yeah.
left in the middle of the
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah. I don't think we actually ever did distribute that.
I mean, I think we probably do have it. Just who wants it is the question.
I got a chest, so
Yeah, you have a chest. I
Yeah,
already
I'm
have a
good.
bag.
That's all you guys.
put the chest in the bag and tear a hole in the universe.
Well, I was just thinking, maybe it's better on Athos because then you can put bombs and stuff in there when you make your poison bombs later. Athos is
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
But
I feel like with how many instruments you
he-
have now, you might need a Tardan.
No. I'm gonna swap instruments like
he's
people
strapped.
swap weapons.
yeah,
okay?
he's gonna be strapped with instruments around him, like a
Yeah.
bandolier with like a violin
with like the
of a-
guitar on
Exactly.
the
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
I am
See,
literally a one-man band right now, and at some point, I'm gonna be proficient in this damn loot.
It's
We're
funny.
gonna
'cause
walk in
that
strapped
one
and
man
then,
band
and
is
then
exactly the thought that I had in my head of how you looked.
I've got drums, I've got a lyre, I've got a lute. I think
Got a
I've
little
got
cymbal
all the
strapped to his
tones.
ankles.
I like to imagine the drums are on a belt and you like flip the belt around to the front and then you start playing. So you keep
Get
them
a
behind
belt
you.
of holding
Yeah.
so the drums are just all in
Flip
there.
it over.
That would be some shit.
All right, so I'm gonna create an item for the chest of preserving. So I don't have one.
Shopping sessions.
All right, so Athos, you taking the bag of holding from Dougal then?
Cool. Do we remember what was in it?
Nope. Everything that
What was
Dougal
in it?
has in his inventory, I think, is what we
Yeah,
said
but that's-
originally.
It was all
No, I
of the
have no idea.
money that we
So I
had
think we
banked,
were keeping
so there
our
was
money.
nothing.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
probably
it
empty
was-
now. Yeah.
Was it just money we kept in there?
It was literally just money because
He
we
had
didn't set up the
he had the
dragon or anything.
stuff. He had the stuff from like the map of Girder and.
Oh yeah,
I mean, Dougal has some stuff that we would have made sure we got from him before he left.
did he?
Well, I mean, the bag of holding being one of them. The map, probably
maybe
another
that
one.
fancy sword we just bought.
Yeah,
No, he
yeah.
can. He can have the sword.
I don't know
Who's
that we
gonna
got
use
anybody
the
that's going
sword?
to use it. Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody could wield that. Yeah. Well, me, but
I mean, yeah, but you have.
But we got
your
you a
axe.
fancy blood
Maybe-
axe.
No,
maybe
it's
I could just
two-handed.
throw that to start every fight.
Oh my
Sword.
god!
Just yeet.
I just
But you
picture
can't use it,
us
Ares?
giving
You're
it.
not proficient with it?
What kind of a sword is it?
I thought it was a long sword.
You're a fighter, right? So I thought it was like any weapon you're good
Oh
with.
yeah, you're,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
proficient
I was
with any
like-
weapon.
I mean,
But to be fair, if Ares is close enough that he needs to use a melee weapon, we fucked up.
Yeah,
Well,
something's
but,
going wrong.
but it's
yeah.
more emergency, man. Look what happened on the rooftop.
I will say
we're
it's a
giving this
handy-
man
Me drawing a
10,000
longsword out would not have helped that
gold
situation at all.
emergency
It's a really-
situation.
It's a really handy battery for me being invisible because it
That is
produces
true.
constant extreme sunlight.
So maybe we get into Athens.
Is it a short sword? No, because then he wouldn't be invisible. Because
I can't
he
actually
would.
use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could always. What is it? What weapon? is it?
Oh, Dahi, we can
It's a
Dahi.
longsword.
we
It's
don't
a
know what he
longsword.
uses yet. So
All right.
I am
chest of
proficient
observing
in long
is
swords,
in
so like I could
inventory.
take it and literally you'd be like, "Hey, do that thing," and I just like
You just hold it. Yeah. Turn it on.
You like hold it up like a flashlight to
You
your
just
face.
hold it in one hand and play
You're
your
like,
instrument with the
yeah.
other. Yeah.
I just make a lot of noise and then start telling a story so they all focus on me and Athos just goes invisible somewhere. That would
Yeah, from
be
what we
some
could
shit.
tell, as long as that thing is around, like it's permanent invisibility because it just constantly regenerates sunlight. every turn.
Yeah, so it's like
Does it require attunement? Please tell me it doesn't require attunement. It does require attunement.
no rip.
so Dahi.
Yes.
I don't think it makes sense for Dahi though, because then he
I
has to
don't know,
give
but
it
we're
up.
all stacked. Like I don't know what to
I-
do.
I guess I can give up a ring of protection for the.
We don't
Sunblade.
actually need it. It was just like that was the
No,
one. use.
I mean,
it's
it
actually
makes
kind of
sense.
handy. Like for that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
utility thing.
I mean, I can take it and just give up a ring of protection. If I'm getting hit, something's messed up anyway. So
Oh, all I do is see you get hit. What do you mean?
I mean, I do have a
Hard.
free attunement slot, so I guess it's not the end of the world.
the only thing that I see it being an issue for you is you have to turn it on and then hold it, so you're not able to range anymore with
That's
your
true.
sling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to have it out.
So whereas me, I can, I'm usually
I mean,
in
that's-
melee being
it's
an
nice.
idiot anyway.
If anybody's gonna do it, probably Tardan because he'd still have a hand free to do other things. Probably
Start
And-
playing the
No, I
drum with
wouldn't.
it.
I'd have a sentinel shield and a sunblade, so I'd have an eye. And a
Oh, that's right. You
glowing
won't be able to
sword.
play your. Yeah, so that probably doesn't work. It's a lot to give up for that utility.
You're
Like,
a
it's
weird
nice
fucking
utility.
bard, you know that?
I also have Elvis chainmail on, just
Yeah,
to make
you're-
it all
yeah.
that much better. Like my
You're gonna go up on the
body's fucking-
stage and people think they're gonna get killed, not like entertained. They're like, "What the fuck is this guy?"
He's Guar, man.
And he whips out the drum set, like, "Oh."
I need more attunement slots. I'm gonna have to start taking levels in fucking artificer just to fucking
just for more attunement slots.
Michael's like,
just for
"Please
more
don't."
attunement slots.
Michael's like, "Don't, please."
I thought about that when Athos started getting involved in like tinkering all these random things. I was like, that would be an interesting just to make more shit.
By tinker, you mean like itching potions you put on me that I still have scars on my neck from?
You know, you might want to get that looked at.
And Frank's gonna tap his goggles, be like, "That's the right type of tinker."
He didn't even tinker those. Those were stolen.
I just made Tardan.
I
steal
don't know
those.
that though. I don't know that
So,
though. I think that
David, you
was-
should be good to go. The half plate's there. You put the good luck, the luck stone in there. The effects working. I have
Yep.
2 different slings. One with the magic stone, and then one with the just basic, right? So basically, dividing your ammunition between the 2 attacks, with one being 1d6 plus whiz, and then you should see chest preserving, and I label them all into storage category. And then there's potion supplies, 10,000 every 1-to-1 unit, and then materials there. There's no price associated with that. All right, so and then the last is the poison supply.
And we really fucked up that fast tracking, huh?
Yeah.
The
Our
not
fucking
so
shopping list
the not so
was a
fast.
CVS
This is the
receipt.
fast version.
I
yeah.
know, like 15 minutes of it was us at the beginning trying to get audio and everything working.
We can
but, like,
we can take money out of my inventory to round that number off if you need to, so that it's not stupid.
oh my god.
Oh, 3162. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what the duplicating thing is happening with the effects, but again, it was happening. I was working on NPCs, so it was dragging again, even like features. It was trying to duplicate the effects. So I don't know what's happening there, but it probably was when we regressed in the world data, and I didn't notice it. So, but it's not difficult just to delete them. It seems just when you're dragging it into the character sheets. So I'm wondering if it's just the character sheet issue, like an issue of the character sheet itself. So like, so I'm dragging it in, it just is going to duplicate the effect. So if you see anything with like multiple instances within the effects tab, that would mean that it's doing it. You can actually just right click and delete. Right, it's pretty easy. So other than that, I think everything's good to go. So I didn't have any errors in my console when it was happening, so I don't think we'll have any problems later on. But yeah, so Bruga is able to fetch this equipment, as well as even garnish the equipment elsewhere to like the half plate +1. Definitely go over the Master Smith for that and try to procure that. It would be a lot easier to do. Bruga's not gonna have something like that. And then with like the supplies, you're able to head into the actual bazaar and then fetch those things right for a good value. They're also going to be fresh right from the boats and the traders, and be able to throw those into the chest observing, get them up and stowed away pretty quick. I'm going to go ahead and transition us away from this particular map and have us kind of here for the time. And I'm just going to have kind of a fast tracking of what's happening in terms
So-
of
Before we leave Bruga's,
yeah.
Athos had a science project with her that he needs to collect
Mm.
with the goggles and the eye stalks and all that.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I have it in my notes.
So you basically taken the Felgum goggles and then also given her the eye stalks and wanted her to come up with a completed version of the goggles that was using beholder magic. Preferably, he had talked about swapping her the eye stalks for the main eye to try and get the anti-magic field effect, but depending on what she thought she could accomplish.
Look at my notes. Gosh, you all been shopping forever. So much coins, throw it around.
We had nothing before we got to Lathan. Like
I know. This is like
and all
it's
of a
like
sudden now we
big
have
deal
all
right
this
now.
stuff.
And then I had
Yeah.
to sell the rings so that way we had money to gamble on ourselves. And now
I mean, it kind of paid off though.
it did pay off. It paid off big.
Mm-hmm.
Ayo, now we up, baby.
Now I just got to figure out attunement slot issues here. You know, I'm over
Yeah,
here
we on the
struggling.
first world problem issue. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I
So
got too much magical shit.
Transfer the item. I'll have to make the item. I had it
Too much
made in my
magical
test
shit.
server.
Balling, but at what cost? You know what I'm saying?
First world problems, man.
All right, so goggles of sea invisibility. Going to give you sea invisibility up to your sight. So
Damn.
dark vision, 60 feet, right? I had it made. I just don't know where it went in the realm of all my stuff. So just going to make it real quick. There's no effect really I can put on this because there's nothing to tie in to the vision detection right now. It's got to find a cool goggle looking picture. Oh yeah, there you go.
Get a picture of a minion. Just do that.
Do you have attunement slots?
I have one left.
This is going to require attunement.
Figured it probably would. Yeah.
That's why I wanted to make sure you got the gloves, so it didn't require it.
Yeah, that's why we weren't looking for anything else.
All right, dragging it into your inventory, and then I'm just going to go ahead. Again, I can't add an effect. I think it was trying to put. I'm going to edit your token now. If you're gonna, are you going to wear them?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, see invisibility up to 60 feet. You have sense of visibility to 30 feet. You have see invisibility to 60 feet. So, there you go. The eye stalks could not. Bruga did not have any success with the eye stalks. But the research that went into it is invaluable in that the stalks themselves and the experiments of Quinferin must have done to these creatures alive. So the magic of the eye stalks themselves are lost upon the actual decease of the creature. So when the creature dies, the magic is lost. So something that Bruger is able to tell you is that these creatures seem to be kind of tied in with some sort of cycle, right? Arcane cycle. Like the energy seems to be like kind of diminish really rapidly into the surrounding area, which I assume is the plane, right? And so one of the facets of these creatures that Bruger can tell you is that they're kind of born of magic, right? So it makes sense that upon their death, they would be put back to that cycle so that more can be born. So the eye stalks, as well as in the big eye, don't have any magical properties that can be used of any value to create a magical item. And also gives a little bit of insight that Quinferin was fucking absolute bastard and was literally extracting these eye stalks while the creatures were alive.
Off living specimens.
Anything for the progress of science.
Everything for the progress of science. That's right. Okay. Woo!
Holy
Jonathan,
shit, we did it.
That was a lot of stuff.
I'm going to
typing a lot.
We prepped at the end of last session too, and it's still
I'm going to delete the Falcon goggles because I had the old version,
Cool.
and then the stalks I guess are just like trash now.
no. Stick them on your
Yeah.
back. Like
They've been
little-
ruined during the
to threaten
stuff.
people.
So Ares, we're gonna come to you, right? So Ares, you are kind of awakened, refreshed. You've rested like 8 hours. The rest of the party doing the shopping and taking their time. They can be in some place within the city, right? It's up to you, up all of you, where you want to kind of be together. If you want to shop together, kind of end up in one place at the end of this day. But Ares, you awake right in the shop floor of Brutus, right? Basically, where you have been placed with your token position has not changed, but your recollection is of outside before you were shoveled. So you don't have much of what happened inside of the magic shop per se. Just know that we'll even say that your party gathered arrows for you, or perhaps placed them upon your body after being brought up to the shop. But Bruga just kind of looks down upon you at this point and just kind of stares at you and is looking at your face and the different features and things and your fingers and stuff, and has like these goggles that can like zoom in, right? Like multiple different magnifications. And then it's like taken back when you wake up a little bit. Oh, you're awake, good dear.
What? What happened? How long have I been in? What? I was outside.
Well, something indeed happened. Body did not like you, it seems. Or perhaps you were going crazy. Whatever. You spent some time resting, good dear, and you have survived, so that's good.
How long was I out? And where's everybody else, Bruga?
Well, they're out shopping currently, fetching all sorts of different things. Procured items in my shop, too.
Oh, thank God I was knocked out for that. Sounds like a horribly boring time.
I suppose they'll come back and get you, or perhaps they've left a letter for you, or who knows?
I don't know, Bruga. This last few days, ever since we ran into the drug dealers we told you about, I'm sure. And we ran into that problem, and I almost got not only me killed, but Tarden killed because I wasn't paying enough attention around me. I just haven't been able to sleep because I'm trying to get better to make sure nothing else happens to anybody. You know, it's I've already lost somebody really important to me, and Bruga, don't tell them this, but a lot of these guys have become really important to me through the adventuring that we've done.
Why wouldn't you want me to tell them that? It seems like something they should know.
I know, Bruga, look, this is the type of group where you share something like that and they take total advantage of it. And they never let you forget.
Well, Bruga, seems like a very toxic relationship.
I mean, it kind of is, Bruga, but I think we all feel the same way, and it's kind of unspoken that we all feel this way. Well, I mean, I can't speak for the couple of new guys that we picked up in town here, but at the very least, Tarden, Athos, and I. The others are kind of growing on me as well, but it's unspoken. We'll just say that. I think we all feel the same way.
Well, why haven't you used the fucking Raven?
I plan
I
on using it. There
gave
hasn't
it
been a
to
good
you
time,
so
Bruga.
you would sleep, and the Raven would watch over and protect you, dear. But you haven't used
Right.
it. Instead, you've gone crazy. And are you telling me you can't tell your friends your feelings because you're afraid they'll throw it back at you? But somehow you know they all feel the same thing. Bruga is very concerned and quite interested.
Well, let me ask you, Bruga, when Tarden was in here cleaning your pipes, did you and him have any conversations like this?
Tarden was good at cleaning my pipes, cleaned them very well. Got all of the nooks and crannies.
And did he say anything like this? Concern or care for the party?
Sal and Gale not say much. They are very kind and genuine soul, ripe with ambition.
So what happened to Tarden? Seems
Who's
like he fell a little
Tarden?
far from the tree.
Who's Tarden?
Oh. So the person in our group that we call Tarden is not Tarden.
You're an absolute idiot! The surname is Silent Gale. The first name is Tarden.
Bruga.
Come on, use the Raven! You haven't slept in days. Look at your eyes.
Bruga, I took a hit with a shovel to the head. Or something heavy to the head. Like
It's the only way they could have
stop
stopped you from firing an arrow at a boy. It's a stagecoach driver.
I am 100% sure if I was going to shoot an arrow, there was a good reason.
I don't believe so. Not on this occasion.
There had to be a reason. Okay, why was I going to shoot the arrow? What was going on?
I don't know. I was just watching. It looked to be a decent conversation. And then,
And Bruga, how do I know this is really you?
I guess you don't.
I'm knocking back out.
You're not there. You're shopping.
You don't know he's not there.
Could be.
Well, that's true, too.
Listen,
He could be
dear.
hiding, I guess.
Bruga knew that you were picking up the coin at House Fortune in favor. Bruga watched from afar, as I always do with one of my orbs over there. And I saw you pull your bow and string an arrow and attempt to fire it. Poor stagecoach driver, because you're fucking tired and driven insane. So Bruga did what Bruga always does. put you in one of my vets, gave you a good cleaning, rubbed your mind, and you should feel well rested.
I feel better than I did. I will admit that. I don't know, Bruga. I just
Are you afraid of dying?
me, no. Am I afraid of once again losing the ones that I care about? Yes.
So you're afraid of your party dying?
Yes.
Don't you think that's something they should worry about?
Bruga, the last time we got into I should say the last time. When we almost died to the assassins that came after us in the drug deal, Tardan literally threw his instruments on the ground and walked off like a little pouty boy going home from the playground because somebody beat him up and almost died because of it. Because of me. Because I couldn't pay enough attention to what was going on below me and around me to keep the assassins far enough away or to warn the party that they were coming. If you know about me, you also know in my past, I have lost somebody that I viewed as not only a friend, but a mentor. And I don't want to go through that again. I was lost after that. Matter of fact, I was still lost until I found these guys. And I don't want that again.
The more love that we find, the more friendships we bond, the more worries we'll have and fear that they'll die and we'll lose it. But this is you being selfish. Because it is not them that you truly worry about, but it is your connection to them. The place, the feeling of home. Need to set the bird free from the cage. And only then can you truly be happy.
Bruga, I'm not paying you for this, but thank you.
You're welcome, dear. And you don't need to pay me. I have now a few of you, so it's fine.
A few what?
Oh, nothing, dear.
So, oh my. Okay, Bruga. I should. Were they coming back here when they were done shop? Were they coming back when they were done shopping, or am I supposed to go find them?
let me see. Out of character. What are you all? I mean, are you all heading back to the shop to pick up berries after you're done shopping, or are you all decided to leave
Yeah,
a note and maybe
absolutely.
meet up at
Assume
Virus?
so.
Head back to the shop. Okay. So
Yeah.
I think at this point you're kind of aiding the time of roughly 8 or so hours in Bruga said, and we'll just say that you all kind of walk into the magic shop at this point.
All right, another out of character. How do I remove one exhausted level? It's not letting me do that.
You go from. Oh yeah, it's not letting you do it. You're gonna be
Yeah.
exhausted forever.
Yeah,
Nope,
I
you're
mean,
just
it
done.
wouldn't make a difference.
Goodbye, Aries. Yeah, maybe
Rip.
there's like bigger issues happening right now. Weird.
Yeah, with all the extra armor that Frank's getting, and how I'm permanently exhausted.
I don't know. It's kind of strange to me because like I didn't change anything with the server, so it's like really weird. I didn't do any
Also
module
out of
updating.
character,
No nothing.
how long does it take to actually craft something with these rules?
The time is just arbitrary, right?
Okay.
Just probably say it's a day worth of thing, or maybe even 2 hours, right, for a thing. So it's not.
Yeah.
It's not really going to be too much of a thing.
All right.
here.
Well, I have some ideas of stuff I would like to craft here as soon as we get back from the shop.
Gotcha.
Oh, hey, it worked. Whatever you did.
Yeah, there was an exhaustion effect on there, so I had to remove the effect, which is part of the. It's everything's. fine,
Oh, okay.
everything's. Good.
So I
We're
should
good.
be at 2 now, correct? After that, getting
Yeah, I
knocked
put you-
out.
Yeah, I
Yep.
put you at 2 on the character sheet.
Yep, perfect.
I mean, in terms of Dahi, if you wanted to do the crafts during this time too, because it's been like 8 hours, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we can say that you've performed the crafts. Are you going to be actively rolling or just taking passive?
It's such a low DC. I would auto pass between my wisdom and my proficiency, unless you have critical fumbles on a nat 1.
No. That's what the passive is for, so you can
Yeah.
start making things without doing checks.
Yep.
Okay, so you're making a cloak of protection.
No, actually, I am making a potion of watchful rest for our certain tired friend. So
Wow.
If only he had like a owl or something, that'd be cool.
yeah, I know.
It's a raven. Thank you. A raven.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I'll. It's a Waterdeep Dungeon of the Mad Mage item, but when you drink this potion, you gain the following benefits for the next 8 hours. Magic can't put you to sleep, and you can remain awake during a long rest and still gain its benefits.
Ooh.
Yes, I've seen your plight. So
You know, what happened at the party would have fucked with me, just to say that.
The person that fucked with you isn't even in the party anymore.
Doesn't matter. Athos is training me. You leave our training session alone, Tardan.
But didn't we complete that training? I think you could.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you already. Whatever.
the training never stops. It's a Rocky montage.
I mean, that's
Right.
true. I did tell him to always be alert.
I mean, I'm just following orders here. You know, it's kind of what I do.
Yeah. So we
I
get
mean,
back to the
going
shop.
for
and
expertise and perception is okay.
I
I'll
still
get
don't have
back to
half
the
of what
shop and
Athos
head out.
has passively.
Okay. Let me see here.
Well, Athos is cheating. He's got a sentinel shield.
I mean, it was already bad. That was just made it really ridiculous.
Yeah, you went to a whole nother level for sure.
And
What's your
now he
passive,
can
like-
see
like
invisible
20-something?
things. Perception 27.
All right, I dragged the potion into your inventory. I didn't have an item for it. So, and what else are you making?
Muted.
Muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like we had a spare ring of protection.
If we are going to retcon Dougal's items, and I'm going to take the Sunblade, then yes.
Are we wanting to
but I don't-
divide up Sir Dougal's items?
I mean, I think we're at the
mean-
point where we kind of all agree he's not coming back, right?
That's I mean,
so-
that's fine. All right. So they have a ring of protection, they have a cloak of protection, they have a periapple wound closure, and they have a sunblade.
Okay. Well, I mean, then I can take the ring and then craft a cloak as well.
We'll just take the cloak. I don't think anyone has open
Yeah.
attunement slots.
I'm
I
already
have
wearing
2
a
open
cloak anyway.
attunement slots. I've only used one so far.
Yeah,
So
you take the ring and the cloak because, yeah, if I take the Sunblade, I'm well over.
yep.
I'm gonna have
okay.
to get.
So you're taking the cloak as well?
Yeah, that works.
I
In
think
which case,
he
I
had a
won't
bag
have
of.
to craft one.
You should
I
have
don't
had
know
the
if we
bag of
ever-
holding.
I don't know if we ever put it in his inventory, but he had the bag of holding that I think he got from Will.
He does,
There
yeah,
it
he
is.
has the bag of holding in here.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'll send it to you.
I'm gonna have like a circle of new items around me every night as I prep for different days.
And
We're
then
tuning this.
anybody taking the sunblade?
Yeah, I was gonna take it in case Athos needed a light battery.
Well, it requires attunement to use it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give up my ring of protection, but it's worth it for Athos to have
Sending
invisibility.
to you. And then periapple wound closure.
I don't even know what that is.
While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you roll a hit die, you to regain hit points, double the number of hit points it restores. It's really powerful. Basically means you don't
Really good.
die. You get knocked
Does it require attunement?
Yep.
Frank, do you have an open?
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Does Frank have an FP attunement slot? Does Frank want to give up a ring of protection for?
Hello?
Yeah, you
Oh,
laid
you're
out.
there
You're
now.
lagging out. You're here
You're
now.
better now.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
What'd you guys say? Dude, that was weird.
So
You want a
one more time,
periapple
do-
wound closure?
Yeah.
Basically stabilizes you if you get knocked down, and then you gain twice as much on short rests.
It's an attunement slot.
Requires attunement.
Nope.
I don't think.
Nope.
I don't think they can
No,
hear
you
us.
don't
Hear
want
me.
I don't know.
Joey could hear us, so he's gonna refresh. It's coming back.
So what am
And
I gonna
then-
stay attuned to?
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Okay, I couldn't hear you guys.
Yeah, looks like an issue. So Joey, do you want a periap of wound closure?
The fuck is that?
Stabilizes. Sorry, I said this. Sorry. Stabilizes.
one more time.
Stabilizes when you get knocked down, so you actually will like not incur death saving throws, and then you also gain twice as much on short rests.
Sorry, is this like a magical item?
Yeah, it's like it's an amulet.
I am already
trinket.
fully attuned. I have 3
Okay.
things. Yeah, sorry.
All right.
The question is, do you want all those 3 things, or would you rather use
Being
the necklace of not dying? Right.
yes.
A necklace of not dying.
The necklace of not dying.
Sorry, what is this something we bought? My audio was
No,
really
it's-
Something
we were going
Dougal
through
has.
Dougal stuff.
Oh,
this is
sorry
some
about that.
sort
Yeah,
of
my
research
audio was
issue.
really fucked, so that's why I had to reset. I mean, well, I got ring of protection.
I mean, you
bracers of
should take
defense,
it
and
anyway.
blood
You
axe.
can decide later if you want to equip it. But
Yeah, I'll take it, and then I'll weigh the pros and cons. How about that?
He's capped too.
I
Apparently.
think the blood axe requires a team.
It does, at least.
The blood
And
axe.
then like
Yeah.
cloak and a ring.
Alright, setting the carry up. And then is anybody taking the black gemstone? That's really cool.
Oh, that's
Oh,
an
that's
option.
I mean, I already have the other red one. You want me to put it in my?
No, we're not.
It's the
We're not.
master of gems.
We're not collecting all the dragons on one person or all the gems on
I
one person.
love
That
it.
sounds like a bad idea.
Oh, really? Really?
mean,
Coming from the
Tardan's
guy
gem
who
is
killed
kinda
his
defunct,
dragon.
So
You don't tell me what's a bad
didn't
idea,
Kill his
all right?
dragon.
Didn't kill my dragon. Okay?
Let someone else kill his dragon.
Yes.
I
I
mean, it
figured
probably
so.
makes more sense on you, given that you have a dead
I'm just
dragon.
like stealing all the items. So like,
Are we gonna-
if
we really
somebody
trust
else
him?
wants it, they could have it. But if not, I will take it. And then since we're heading that way anyway,
Alright.
it makes sense.
Let's go into you.
Yeah, we can figure out logistics later.
So many fucking items.
Yeah, if you thought your character sheet was full, wait until we get higher level, like 20. It's nuts. So many items.
Just-
so many things.
Tardan's just going to be trancing with different items every night to like reattune to different things. It's going to
Just
be fucking
swapping, yeah.
hilarious. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So, are we good? This is
Mm-hmm.
okay. Everyone comfortable?
Wait, one more thing. No.
Need another 102 gold pieces worth of poisoning supplies.
All right,
Son of a bitch. I'm just kidding. So back at the shop here, you all have walked in, right? You have gotten back to where Ares is at, and from here, the world is your oyster, and we are in the afternoon evening. Now put some ambiance on.
So, did anyone else notice that Coulerez left without giving us our wagon and horses?
Yes, I suppose we'll have to go grab those on the way out.
Didn't realize y'all were expecting a wagon and horses.
Yeah, we prearranged that for help with travel for riding war horses for us, and then a stagecoach.
Well, I'm going to need to pick up a wagon anyway to get those supplies up to Fort Farron. So I suppose if you want to just pick up an extra one, I can see what can be done that way.
I mean, 2 wagons is extra supplies for the fort, right? So you have twice as much room to work with, and we're also getting 4 war horses, so it's not like anyone's going to be really riding inside unless they want to rest. Ares.
Speaking of which, I suppose I should make more of those not sleeping draws, but we'll see.
far as plans for the evening, do we want to just retire and call it an uneventful day?
Let's fast track. It sounds good.
Yeah,
I mean,
out of character,
we're-
sounds fine.
We're effectively done here, except for picking up our crap and leaving, right?
And we're waiting on a courier to come back and
we really-
acknowledge our requests.
Do we care? I mean, are we going
I
to
mean,
go to
probably
bed?
not.
I mean, is it going to change our
We
path of a course
care.
of action? Like, we're still going to
That's
go,
fair.
right?
But it is
So-
6:30 at night, so do we really only want to make it like
Yeah,
2
no, I
hours outside
imagine
the
we're
city?
we're probably just going to leave tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know that we need to wait on a courier. If it gets here before we leave, cool. I don't think it
Great.
matters.
If not, they'll probably find us because they always do.
Let me tell you, I even went invisible to dodge that courier from,
the postal
stupid
service
council-
in this town is amazing.
and it was insane. I have never seen anything like it. And I've seen some wild shit. I lived in a magic shop.
Couriers, man. They always find a way.
Maybe that's what our guild should be.
Courier.
A fucking post office. A nationwide post office.
That sounds like a good retirement plan. How about that?
Isn't that what the Office of Messages is at the council?
Yeah, but we'll do it better.
But isn't that only for Olathe?
Look, they're the
Oh.
USPS.
They
We're
said
gonna
this is
be
across the
FedEx.
world.
Let's be
Yeah, they're
FedEx.
Pony
Yeah, we'll be
Express.
FedEx.
We're gonna be
They have
FedEx.
their-
Okay.
They have their own ships.
Then Frank will turn into Amazon eventually.
We'll be there.
Start a bookstore and then
Oh yeah, we could be a new shipping service, dude. We can start posting everyone's wares
Oh my god.
on a list somewhere. They can send mail to the office of couriers
Oh
to
my
us.
God.
We then bring their items to them.
Okay, so it's good to know
Roll
that
credits on the campaign.
good to know that we will eventually become titans of industry here, but oh my god.
Have you guys made it back to the shop yet? Are you guys
Yeah,
walking
we
and
just
talking?
rolled.
Everyone's at the
Yeah.
shop.
Oh, okay. So did Dahi do his rolls for? Maybe I missed it.
I didn't have to
Took his
because
passive.
good enough. It's just it was a common item, so that potion
Oh,
is I
okay.
pass it automatically. So
Okay. I mean, I'm good resting for the night. Maybe.
Oh, I bet you're
Resting
good to
for the night?
rest.
I bet now that you don't have to sleep.
yeah, I bet you're really good.
Hmm. I don't. Yeah. I mean, to Athos' point though, I don't. With this group, I'm not sure we would ever wait for the courier to actually get back. if we just send him like, oh fuck it, he's taking too long. Let's go.
We just leave a note for the courier.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
noticed,
We're going somewhere else, man.
but ever since we started staying in the Primaris, Tartan's gotten a lot more laid back. Okay, he's enjoying it here. We don't have to leave tomorrow. I'm just saying.
Well, there is still, impending doom and destruction of the universe.
Oh, Athos, stop.
But it seems like all of that is tied around what we do, which means it's not going to happen until we do certain things. So if we
Wait.
just do nothing,
If we just don't do anything,
We'll just take a nap
You're
for the next 12 years.
you're saying we can break the whole thing, right? Just don't do anything.
That's an incredibly clever loophole that Damodar has never considered. What if we just don't?
I mean, I'm pretty sure at that point the dragons will just come here. But like,
I was just about to say.
I think he's got some patience, and like we could just hang out for like a month.
Sweet. I'll
mean,
teach
you
you
thought
how to
that
farm. How about
Temerian-
that? Let's go start a
You
farm.
thought the Temerian military and the governments could track us down. Wait until you piss off this guy and the dragons to, because you're not doing anything.
You
Oh,
just sent
speaking of,
an eye
it's
not
not
monster
dragons,
and
it's
a
DiGiorno.
deity's
Oh,
eyeball.
it's not dragons.
it has been very boring lately. We do have a gold coin
Lately,
that I.
I'm sorry.
it's been 2 days.
What?
Let's
Yeah,
just.
I mean,
Let's just
oh
not
yeah, the
push
new
it.
people don't know about the coin.
Oh, I've heard you talk about the coin, but I still don't
I
know what
was
the
saying-
fuck you mean. Like,
I'm pretty sure we got a lot of coins.
We do.
this guy
We
gets
have a
it.
very special coin in that bag of holding that Athos has.
That's right. It is in the back.
If you
So you're
kiss
telling
the
me you're searching
coin-
for a needle in a needle stack?
No, he'll know this one. It's a very particular coin.
Is this actually a coin you really legitimately want to use right now, or
No, I was
I was
trying
like,
to
do we,
fuck with the party.
I was like, do we maybe want to just
No, I'll save that for when we get to
knock
Baldur.
back
We
a
have,
couple
the
drinks and
Jell-O
then
on.
get our carts and go?
Yeah, we would 100% just fast travel and do tonight.
But I mean, out of character, could you just like use the coin like above a volcano or something? You know what I mean? Like, could that maybe solve all of our problems?
Except for I don't think that's how that works.
Fair enough.
With some understanding of magic, I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think David knows what the fuck we're talking about.
Not in the slightest.
Yep.
So to fill you in, OOC out of character fast travel talk. Damodar, the Master of Dragons, is trying to kill us.
That I know.
That's cool, right?
I also happen to have a coin from Damodar himself that he said to kiss if we ever want to talk.
That's why I'm just like, go
Okay.
somewhere really high up and then just
Damodar and I shared drinks. So just, we're
okay.
cool
See,
now.
I didn't know that, so
I mean, to be fair, I had to share drinks with him, otherwise Ares might have died.
all right.
Somebody kind of fell in front of a window very loudly, and the rest of us all turned as he teleported into the building. You're muted, Dustin, by
He's
the
got
way.
quite
All
a
your
snappy
Oh,
retort.
you're- He's doing all his
This is
rage.
like fucking getting it.
Forgot I muted so I could eat. I believe the way that story was told was Tardan tripped me on purpose to try to make a scene and make me look foolish.
Cool.
But
Would
that's
I
okay.
ever do such a thing to make myself the hero of your story? I would never.
I don't even have to roll insight for that shit.
Just common knowledge.
That is canon now.
That is canon.
canon now. Tardan tripped Ares so that way he could see what would happen.
Yeah.
And you guys all wondered why Ares hated Tardan.
No,
Yeah.
I get it. Trust me, I get it.
I don't hate. You see, that's where you get it all wrong. There is no hate for Tardan.
Yes, our only Bruga knows the truth about your feelings. For Tardan.
Yeah.
There
should've
is
said
there is
that.
no hate for there is hate for where Tardan comes from and the attitudes that come with it. You know.
It's just describing racism here.
Specifically just hates
Right?
elves and dirt people.
No.
All right, so fast travel and moving
Yeah.
on to the
That's
night.
Yeah, we are going to fast travel. So
yeah,
definitely
Michael, I
leaving
think you
the
need an
shop
executive
here.
decision. Step in and just-
Leaving the shop here, probably heading back to the Primaris, right?
Yep.
You get a nice luxurious dinner here by Master Fedor, get the rooms and board at this establishment. You're able to get served, wine, dined, bathed, the whole treatment of the
Yup.
night. Eventually passing over to the next day here. We're going to advance the time clock. Another error should pop up just because it's a simple calendar. Nothing to freak out.
Michael,
about.
why does it tell me I don't have
Like
permission?
3 errors.
You're now able to
Oh, these
wake up.
attunements.
It's a standard thing. It doesn't change.
I know,
It's been that way.
I know
I
you're
can't
always
change
gonna, but I know you're always
You know
gonna
what?
react.
You know
That's
what?
why I'm gonna
Guess
keep
what?
saying
no
it.
calendar. No calendar. We have no time. No calendar. It's all gone.
Sweet. That
Time
means
is
we could
gone.
spend as much time as we want doing anything we want.
I know, right?
There's no time.
So you're all able to wake up from the Primaris here, and then again have breakfast in bed or go downstairs, get the meal, right? That sort of thing, and whatnot. I will say that you will need to pay because you did not pay for that night. You've been doing it night by night, so you'll have
Okay.
to make another series of gold deduction there for
Much
the
was it?
rooms. Let's see.
It was like 350, I think, for
Yeah,
everything.
50 for each of
350.
your rooms, and then 150 for my room.
Yeah, so 350 total. Or you could. divide it.
I'll
Just deduct it from
I was
the.
gonna take it from the chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
whatever.
you took it from the gold the stores, right? The treasury.
Treasure or the one on
Pardon?
the back? Which one are we doing?
yeah. Let me.
Oh,
subtract
from
20 from
Yeah, that's
the,
right.
the treasury.
That's the one we're
and then,
actually
yeah,
carrying, right? Yeah.
yeah, and then you do the one on your back.
yeah,
So the treasury is with Bruga now, technically. Right?
correct.
'Cause, yeah, you have the 20,000 gold. I'm
Oh,
guessing
so
in
I
your
should add the
inventory.
actual 20K onto my inventory. Okay,
Yeah.
give me a sec. I'll have to add that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, unless Michael wants to give us 2 treasury sheets.
No, we'll just
Brugas.
we'll just make
and
it a
a
little
chest
easier
of
on this
holding.
one.
Bank of Bruga
Yeah.
and then chest of holding. Yeah,
Bank
Yeah.
of Bruga.
Oh, I
Bank
can't.
That's
of
fine.
Bruga.
that
I'll
might
can
be
do that.
I'm adding it to my loot, Michael, but it's gonna be like a just.
Yeah, that's fine. You can add to your loot. I mean,
Yeah.
I can always, I can create Bank of
It's all good.
Bruga if you want. It's fine.
That
I
might
think
make it
that's just
easier
the
on
treasury
Joey.
now.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
make Bank of Bruga. I'll just make a Bank of Bruga sheet. That's fine.
Then we just put the amount that Joe is carrying in the treasury. That way he can keep his money separate if he wants to do stuff. With
Well, no,
his
I was
money.
literally just adding like an inventory item
Hmm.
that just says
Oh.
chest of holding gold, and I was gonna write 20,000 into it. Yeah,
Well,
shit,
I'll create even a
exceeds the
folder.
limit.
I'll say the coinage. It's called
Liquid assets.
assets. Taxable assets.
Oh, no, we didn't say anything about that.
We're getting too real right now.
All right, it was you said 350.
There's no tax on a Lathan.
So-
Let's see. There is a treasury sheet here that you've been working with,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Make sure that
so I took the
everyone is-
20K out of that. So let me
We're down to
Okay.
if we're taking
So-
it out of the chest, it's 19,650. So
19.
All right, so you have Bank of
650
Bruga
is
and
the
then you have a
treasury.
treasury sheet.
Okay, that should be accurate. We're just under 100K now because we just spent 350.
yeah, man, big living, you know.
Sad.
It should be free, you know, champions and all, but fuck this place. Let's get out of here.
No, this
Let me
place
give
is
us a
great.
discount.
Not for my wallet. Let's get the fuck out of here.
You
We
haven't
can't-
had to pay for a single night here.
I thought it was like now collective money thing.
I mean, I guess now, yeah.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what
the
I'm saying,
first
like,
time.
and
He's
I
upset
can't-
about tonight. He's not
I'm
upset.
saying I can't compete anymore now that you know.
We just
Athos
the
here
arena.
has shut down fucking everything.
Ah.
So you know, I would love to stay here if I could do another tourney or two. But thanks, Athos.
Just wants to keep killing people for money. I understand.
Hey man, if it works.
So it works.
All right, so we're gonna go get our dope ass war horses and carriage.
And supplies for Fort Farron, yeah.
Supplies. We should probably do the supplies first. I don't know where we're gonna put 4 horses all the time.
On the road.
I mean, we could probably just
but,
split
you know.
and then meet at the gate with all the stuff, right?
All right, yeah, split up, grab everything, meet up.
Dibs on going
Works
to
for me.
Cooler He's
Yeah, I'm
got
going to
good
Cooler
alcohol.
Res. Yep. I'm going to Cooler Res.
Okay. So splitting up to tackle this. What's
No
the meeting
offense, but
place?
Snake Venom sounds cooler. So just saying.
The gate to the city.
Yeah, on the way
I
out.
think.
On the way out. Okay. There's no gate to the city. There's no walls.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
probably the crossroads before the bridge crosses the large and massive Gorn River, right? And you're most likely where the enticing weasel is, outside of the city center, right? Before you go continuous onto the main road that neighbors that river and winds to the right of the city. So
Whoops.
yeah, they'll probably end up meeting there. That's totally fine. So you're able to separate yourselves outwards into the crowd of the city, and you're taking note of the change of the particular place, right? So everything is kind of changing and moving and interacting more so, right? We had injured people, stuff from the Coliseum is happening. Everyone was kind of, maybe bogged down a little bit more, and now they're kind of ramping up their activity. Now we're in the next day. The rain itself has stopped. There's no rain today, which is nice. So it's nice traveling weather. So people might be out more than they usually are. You are in the early morning hours, but then you begin to tackle downtime as you are going to your respective places. So you're able to pick out a wagon. Wagon's been loaded with a series of chests and barrels and sacks, particularly of medical supplies, bandages, herbs, and etc. of different things. These are for the soldiers of Fort Farron to be delivered to Commander Remar Aluna at the keep that is currently located there. So, Dahi, you understand that. There's one draft horse that's been placed with the wagon. It's your job to essentially deliver it up to there and then just leave the wagon and the horse, right? That's going to be essentially a one-way trip. And from there, you can go to wherever you would like to go. The person that gives you this is a third commander. That name, in terms of the individual that was given to you was Commander Typhus. So second Commander Typhus, I should say, not third commander. That's outside of the actual temple that's positioned. So it's just kind of out there from the staircase of that stone temple. The rest of you are going to, or some of you anyways, are going to Kulrez, the compound inside of the Bazaar district. You're able to get in easily. The doors are open, right? The gates are kind of open, and then the actual main building doors are open. You're able to go in there, have a conversation with Kulrez. Kulrez actually kind of explains that they had very little to no recollection of what had happened during the actual gold delivery. And so they're a little bit uneasy that they were out of it in conditions, but it does not surprise them based on the tellings and the different rumors of who and what Brugge actually is, right? Being someone that is not how they present themselves, how you've seen them, right? And how powerful their magic can be. They aren't like going to be taking a personal vendetta against it. Seems maybe it's, they kind of playing it off like it's a security measure. They would do the same, right? They're trying to hide and make sure to conceal things. The stagecoach that is out by the northern stables and kind of corral that's on the courtyard grounds inside of the gate that surrounds the compound. There are draft horses, 4 draft horses, and then there is a series of actual war horses, right, for each of you. So it's going to be 4 and 4 at this point. And the draft horses have saddle bags, as well as the war horses filled with feed and other things, in addition to the draft horses being rigged and saddled. Sorry, not rigged, but equipped to be pulling the large stagecoach. The stagecoach is massive. It's made of like a rich mahogany wood. There is a smoke kind of stack coming out of it like a chimney. So there's a stove inside of it. A couple different benches, an underhold compartment, a driver's seat and bench with a compartment there, kind of a trunk space that can be used. So it's pretty luxurious, and all 4 of you to 5 individuals can actually fit inside of the stagecoach comfortably. So it gives you a little bit of understanding how large it is. You're able to pick that up, and then you're now gathering yourselves outside of the enticing weasel area, and you are on your way out of the city. All right. I don't know if any of you particularly need a long rest, but you for sure can take it if you'd like. I think Aries,
I know
you would
somebody
be
who
the only
does.
one. Aries, you'd be the only one to take advantage of the long rest to reduce your exhaustion level down
Yeah,
to
I'm going to
exhaustion.
take Brugge's advice and use the Raven. Nope.
Okay.
I guess
As I
doesn't
say,
really it doesn't do anything when I click on anything. So,
No, it's not gonna.
but it's a
not gonna
12-hour Raven essentially.
Yeah,
and if
it's
you
not gonna
want some
do it.
more of them potions as well, you're welcome to have them. I'll make them for you.
Let me see how this works tonight. I might take you up on that offer, but thank you, Dahi.
So the figurine, after you have to rub it, it's like give it a good little polish.
Rub one out before
Uh,
bed.
It then has this powderish kind of thing that kind of sends outwards, and it collects into this raven. As it does, it kind of looks towards you, and then it kind of adheres your commands. Like,
As I'm sleeping and the rest of the party is sleeping here, please keep an eye over us and let me know if there's any danger coming.
flies up to one of the corners of the room, stops and looks and stares. Forever. Until I tell you wake up. For a long time, anyways. So you definitely use that for the night. So Trick is you that is abiding by your commands and seems to be awake upon you actually getting up in the morning as well. You notice the raven is still there. So the silverish kind of black raven is still there watching, and eyes are on at all times. And then it kind of collects itself into the figurine after a point, right? So it's kind of a 12-hour interval that it has to be put back in. So that's something you can definitely do, and you can lower your exhaustion from I think 2 to 1 now. And then we
It automatically did it with a long rest triggered, by the way.
yeah, there we go.
So that worked.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm down to a 1 now.
On our way to
Told you, baby, we're going to the top. We're coming
That's
back.
right. That's right.
things. All right. So we are leaving currently Alathan in our backsides. We can see that the city itself is again lower in position than we're currently. So you're kind of ascending out of it, right? Down the winding road. The river is massive. Okay. The actual Gorn River at this point is many hundreds, thousands of meters in its width. And there are actual shoals, little islands, and rocky things in the middle of it. And it's a very slow moving body of water at the current position. There is a large wood across the way. That's exactly what its name is on the map. The trees themselves go from ranging of 120 to about 180 feet in their current height. They're evergreen trees, and they kind of create a shadowy kind of fog over the space. So you can't necessarily see into the woods. But there is ferns and there's vegetation that's kind of spilling out of them into the waterway. And so it's giving you understanding that, hey, it's not some sort of mysterious kind of woods, especially since you actually see people fishing on the other sides of the river before you get more north. And that would be the kind of intensity of the forest is increasing, right? And so the people are more towards the edges of the forest or the banks of the river for a very kind of a few miles as you go north on the road. The road is cobbled. It's about 20 feet wide. The dirt and grass is now kind of encroaching around it as you leave the city. And there are many different farms and homesteads that linger on the western side. The foothills roll and they create a separation between the marshes and these homestead and farms. And that separation is a bog. Okay, so there's a bog that goes in from the marshes. It goes marshes, bog, foothills, then farms and homesteads, right? So there's kind of this natural elements and protection. And you can't even really get a good look of the marshes besides just the large fog and density that kind of exists in this large mass that is to the north west of you. So as you continue down the road, many travelers and traders are beginning to kind of put themselves along it. And you're winding down the hours at this point, and the traders and the actual individuals are gathering more and more and more. And this is going to signify the Sterling Outpost. So that kind of is transitioning, and it's not even really like all of a sudden it's like, well, bam, we're in a town or something, right? It's just kind of a collection of these homesteads and these farms as well as traders that are just becoming more and more frequent. Like you're seeing them more, and they're gathering more on the roadside with their fires and their other things. Horse carts and the traffic as well is building up here, and it's making it far more. And then as the afternoon begins, a slight rain begins to fall downwards here. So it'll create an ambiance of the rain sound. Even tone down the horse traffic, you don't have that. And then the wind is beginning to subside a little bit now that you're getting away from the coastal area, right? So you've traveled a day away from that point. And you've gone many miles here on your stagecoach and your wagon, and that is actually aiding you quite a bit in getting further ahead without tiring all of you out. The horses obviously will need to be bed down and fed. They can't just continuous, but it's okay. So the outpost here is small and quaint, nestled to the Gorn River. It is, I'm going to get a map here for you all so you have a kind of understanding, I should say. Let's activate that. And then I'll configure it for all players.
It looked my next Tarkov name. You're muted, Deuce.
There are many tents of all shapes and sizes. The crops, the kind of carts align the road selling crops are on the south side, particularly. A lot of them kind of having the fresh harvest type stuff that they're still trying to sell in their wares from the nearby farms. And they're also maybe packaging themselves up, getting ready to kind of bed down themselves and get ready for an early start on the day's travel to like a Lathan, or perhaps they're coming from Lathan and they're going to Beelder, right? This is the middle ground. This is the middle spot where people are kind of congruing and gathering. There is only one actually like public structure or structure that you can potentially like kind of go into besides homestead and for like actual homes of people, right? Or go into some encampment of traders and things. And that is the Spoiled Rat. And you can see that it is a boat. So it's actually a half of a ship that's been pulled out of the water. It's been shingled, and the rooftop has been done with straw thatching as well as slate. There's an auxiliary kitchen space that's been built up with straw thatching, covered area filled with many different horses. And there's a few different tents and things that are kind of grouping themselves nearby the structure as well. The sign, you can see that is there. It's simply a rat that's kind of coming outwards of a tankard. So it's like this like rat. It's kind of like outside of a spilled tankard, right, on a wooden signage that kind of lingers. There's also a board, like a definitely like a job board, right, bounty board, if you will, and that's kind of giving way of being like, hey, there is a creature that's feeding off of this farm. It's coming from the marshes. Is there 100 gold pieces to deal with it? Very small chump change. And some of these things have been on there for a long time, right? They're just kind of put up there, and you're really unclear as if they're still necessary or not. There's also stuff on here for trading, so people are requesting supplies or maybe gear and equipment to go to their farm, and they're willing to pay out for that. Drag your tokens onto the board. Notice that you have to stay here if you don't want to. I'm also not going to drag. I'm not going to drag the stagecoach and the wagon onto the maps unless you all would like them on the board. But there's actually like specific things.
Oh damn! Is it a Ventador? Is that my horse?
So you hear sounds coming from inside of the double wooden doors. It's kind of squared off with these turned wooden handles, kind of pushes inwards. And the smells as well are kind of coming outwards with food and drink. There's no rooms, so it's not like a tavern, it's a bar. But there are definitely people in there kind of cheering and having fun.
Should we take a little break here maybe and get some ale?
There's a food. Hell yeah.
Probably shouldn't stay too long. We do have to set up camp at some point.
All right. Well, we should probably leave. There's a NPC with a token, so I'm just gonna slide out
You guys can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We heard you.
Wanted to make sure.
We just our analogy.
Oh,
Can we go back to the way it was?
Wow.
He can take shots at me. I can take shots back.
I'm taking a single shot at you this session.
Shots? We're doing shots? All right. Sounds good.
I haven't argued to get you some arrows.
I do have to point out Tardan's token is not correct anymore, by the way. It doesn't have nearly enough instruments.
I mean, he's got that holier than thou.
I have
though.
the flute that I don't even play anymore.
I don't understand how when this dude walks
You
into a
throw that
lit room,
flute-
it is
flute in
just
the well.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a new character made.
I turned the intensity of the light down for your token.
just funny. Dude walks into a room and there's light, golden god. It's like, oh my
Athos
God.
is loving it though.
Yeah,
That's
with
Athos
AI
is going
generated.
He's
visible
like,
right
I
there.
could use that for light.
Oh yeah, we could just make that Tartar's just sitting here flicking the sword on him. He's just like, ooh.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna approach the counter.
Oh, Frank, the public speaker again.
Yeah, Frank, public speaker's coming in
I'm
here.
not a crook, okay?
So, the particular establishment is filled with the kind of squared edged, rounded edged tables, the stools that linger about. There's been some support beams that have been put in here to stabilize the ship even further, and squared off. And then there's the natural kind of stairs that they've been built in to kind of extend the ship part, right? So it's cleared out some pieces and things to kind of elongate the structure. There are many things hanging from the rafters, particularly of other sorts of like ropes and chains, and then other kind of candelabra type things in here. None of which have any sort of usefulness. They just are kind of there, and perhaps from the actual shipwreck that they used to populate this thing. But kind of questions of wow, this is actually not that. It's like kind of like a big ship, right? Like this is all they have it. So like, how did they get this here? There are adventuring folk that linger in here, but not many. Many are drinking, they're eating kind of common food and just enjoying themselves, smoking pipes and whatnot. And then there is one particular individual that has kind of an isolation to themselves to the backdrop. Just looks at you all as you come in, wearing a black cloak over the head. Appears to have resembles kind of breastplate or plate armor on. It's kind of unclear because that black cloak continues and wraps around them. They have multiple scrolls and pages that they're currently looking at, just smoking the pipe and just looking at them while drinking something out of a flask. You notice the barkeep immediately looks in your general direction. Cherry-cheeked human, balding hair, decent stubble, wears a white kind of green tunic tucked into brown leather trousers. They have black boots, and they have many different coin purses that sit around a belt. They immediately shuffle over after helping other patrons. What did I get you?
Round of drinks and some food for the
A round of drinks. What are you drinking?
beautiful ale. I'm gonna turn around looking at the party. All right, yeah, they're
Ale.
not complaining.
All right.
All right, cool. Yeah, ale.
No one's saying shit. Right, round of ale. One, 5 of you, 5 ales.
Yep. How much?
All right. Your ass price. You said you wanted food too.
Correct.
All
Whatever
right,
is
we'll get you
convenient.
5 mince pies and good loaves of bread.
Absolutely.
All right. That's gonna fetch you 2 silver.
Silver. You know, I like this guy. I'm giving him 2 gold.
Ah, thanks for the tip. Much appreciated. Won't help the service though. I'll be right back. Get your food first.
Fuck. I've been foiled. Tartan sitting at a different table. I'm gonna sit with him. He seems lonely. I think he's a little down bad.
Hey, why don't we just
Kristoff thing really
push
shook
these
him.
why don't we just push these 2 tables together here?
Let's not.
Aries is going to start moving chairs,
Why so crestfallen, my boy?
and I'm going to
What's wrong?
grab Tardan's and Frank's table and scoot it over to ours.
Just
You see Tartan actually writing, like he's scribbling. He's working on a ballad, man. He doesn't want to be bothered.
Oh, well,
And
I'm
then
still
when
gonna sit
Tartan
with you.
doesn't
I'm not
move-
necessarily gonna talk to you.
When Tardan doesn't move, I will go grab Tardan's chair with him in it, like I used to do with my
Drag
kids,
him.
and I will drag him over to the table with the rest of the party.
Are you resisting?
No, I'm not gonna resist.
We're doing that rich person bullshit. We're gonna combine these 2 tables together. Okay, thanks. Just do it. We're just
We're
gonna
gonna combine
walk.
these 2 tables together. Thanks. Okay.
We're just gonna throw gold at him. Be like, yeah, you're good, man. You keep doing.
You guys want to hear my new ballad that I wrote?
No one.
I'm trying to figure out.
you
This
know-
is like a trick question here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I was actually legitimately not
mince
sure.
pies.
Yeah.
Here's some spoons. Throws them down on the table. Ales. Runs back behind, begins to fill the ales. Carries them over one lot. Slaps them down with these clay mugs. Just looks at this. Spills on over. All right. Anything else for you?
I think we're good. Thanks.
I
Oh,
think
good.
I'm fine.
Alright.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
I mean,
As all this is going on, I like to take a look around and just see what's, anything sticks out.
Roll perception.
Got to use it at some point here. Perfect. I'm blind still.
10 is not a bad roll. 10 is actually a good roll. Most creatures don't have a lot of
I
stealth.
think the
so you
5
see
is what's really bad. I think the rolling a
the
5.
roll
Yeah,
itself.
I think
The
that's
roll
yeah,
itself.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
You're looking in around. You notice that these adventuring folk are, they're traveling folk, right? They pick up jobs that might have good coin. There's also goblins that are currently in here, which is a little bit strange, I think, for you in particular, seeing goblin folk that are just drinking. But it's kind of normal people in terms of normal to yourself, right? Being an adventurer,
Yeah.
someone that's skilled.
we're actually
some
at
of these
home.
Yeah, some of these people are skilled. There's also a couple mages. Looks like
This guy
maybe
Harry
someone
Potter.
from the actual Empyrean College, a lower initiate, perhaps, along with a tutor of some kind. They currently have books in their actual satchels, as well as their backpacks. You're able to get just a glimpse of them, archaeologists perhaps, and they're very interested after hearing their conversation, particularly at the Colosseum. So they want to be there hearing about what has happened. Maybe perhaps they've been sent as well, or they're just going this of their own coin.
Cool. So is it like actual accurate account of people here, or do you have like
Yes,
people
that's
okay.
accurate. Yep.
I know
yep.
sometimes you don't like put everybody on. So that's why.
Yeah, no, I don't put. Yeah, I'm definitely say like this is an accurate count. I
Okay.
don't usually put a whole lot of tokens on because of performance stuff and things. But yeah, though this is an accurate count of it. It's not jam packed.
Gotcha.
And most of the people that would be in here perhaps would be in the morning. The rest of them are in their encampments. So there's many tents and the campfires are being lit. So there's a lot of things happening around this place in particular, but not really inside of it, right?
Are you going to sing us a song, Todd?
Nah, I think I think we're
after
gonna eat
we eat.
first. Yeah.
I'll save that for after we eat. That'll be our parting gift for these fine people. I think you guys
I see
will
what you're
really
saying,
love
Bob.
this one. It very, very much captures the tone of our group.
Did you use all of the instruments?
No,
You want me to
I
play
didn't-
anything?
I didn't use the loot because it hurts right now. Just it's a whole thing. I don't suggest trying to play my loot. Just don't do
Interesting.
that.
All right, well, let's dig in.
You know, I can't. I gotta save Michael's stream here. I can't make a comment.
No comment. No comment.
You know what, Dustin? I appreciate that because some of us really would have just let it rip.
I
was
was
just
man,
saying.
I was like a second away.
That's what DMs are for.
That's what DMs are for. Yeah.
I meant like direct messages.
No,
not-
no, I know.
See, I knew what you meant, but yeah.
I know what you meant.
Clarify.
No, I heard you.
Clarify.
Don't worry about it.
You hear that,
Love you too,
Michael?
baby.
Oh man.
So how's this pie taste, man, or whatever pot pie, whatever?
So it's essentially like a cottage pie, right? So it's beef and there's a gravy to it and potatoes and things,
Alright.
and then, but it's also been wrapped up in a pastry, but it's a horrible pastry and it's mediocre, right?
You know
There's not
what?
A lot of things happening here, but it's
it nourishes me. That's all I need.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Yeah,
chef.
let's
On
look
and
at stale.
pill. That's all you need.
All right, cool. We'll just eat.
They also
and,
did not bring you bread. They actually said they were going to bring you bread.
You know what? I'll live.
They
Bread's
also
probably
did not get a
moldy.
tip because Frank tipped the bartender, not the servers.
As
There's
a
no
server.
server. There's
He's
no
the one
servers
and
in this
only.
place. It's the one and only person.
He's it.
Apparently, just chatting up a couple adventures, just shooting the shit, not paying attention to anybody else.
So did we have anything else to do in Bailed other than speaking to Magello, perhaps?
I feel like that's
We did tell that captain dude that we talked to the king.
what we're talking to the king now.
Well, I suppose it's not like we're going to speak to one without the other, probably, anyway.
Fuck did I
That's
miss
something.
last week? Now we have an audience with the king. Sweet.
Oh,
What
it
are
was
we gonna
more of
tell the
a
king?
more of a request that we talk to him, Vice.
To keep the province of
Anything
Ismar
direct.
free and away from this Talthar bullshit.
The
Right.
conversation with the king was in regards to the dragons, just to let him know that our goals align. I think that was really all it was, and then maybe see if they had aid or information for us. And then we were gonna head on to Fort Fair.
Fantastic. Sounds simple, easy.
Yep. So how many ways can we screw it up?
Yes.
Let's just not even ask. Okay. just eat and drink. Don't look at that
Drink.
gentleman in the corner. Just
Don't
Heads
look at the person
down.
with the portrait.
yep. Just heads.
Heads down.
As Frank says that he sees Ares looking straight at the guy in the eyes.
Give him a death stare.
I'm just
You're
looking
just
at
staring,
him.
you're just staring. Okay, staring at you. Just looks up, stares at you.
Perhaps we should see what this gentleman is made of. I wonder if he could fall
Why?
prey
Why?
to.
Why? No. No. There's no reason. We bought food and drinks. We'll go
The
make
reason
it, man, and then
is
you'll
because you said not to.
we will. That was more out of character, but yeah, that was really more out of character.
You get on fucked up.
But
With
you get one. You get to pick one. Either we hear your ballad or you talk to this dude. You don't get both.
Oh,
Well, he
I wasn't
can-
going to talk to him. I was going to play the ballad and see if he fell prey to my charm.
Wait, what?
so he plays the ballad, and I'm going to talk to the gentleman.
No, you need to sleep tonight, mister. You're
I'm fine. I'm
You're-
recovered.
No.
no. You need to
Very-
sleep.
As
He
as
doesn't
Harry's
need to
staring at him,
sleep.
you
I
still
got
see
things
the
to watch.
crow's feet underneath his eyes, bloodshot eyes, just staring at this guy.
You just need like
Athos.
one good night's rest. That's all you need. You're perfect.
I'm not taking my eyes off as I'm doing this. Athos, that guy's staring at us.
Well, to be
He's
fair,
not
that's
just
what I
staring
would
at
do
you.
if you were staring at me. I would probably stare back.
He started it, Athos.
Did he?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was way too long ago. I think he did.
Just
But I'm not
break
taking
eye
my eyes off
contact and
him.
eat.
Aries,
Frank?
without looking, how many people are in this building right now? Not including us.
Including the bartender?
Yes,
8.
10. Look at you.
It's actually 9, so we were both wrong, but that's okay.
Oh,
I'm still
he's
staring
right,
at
it
this
is
guy.
It's 10. Yeah.
10.
Huh?
Frank's gonna get his finger and
10.
start counting everybody. No, it's 10, man.
That's
I
sleep
missed this,
deprivation
I missed
coming
this
in
little
hard.
dude right here. I missed
Oh,
that guy right there.
he's just too
Little
stealthy.
goblin.
He's in your blind
Hiding.
spot, Aries. See, you need to sleep.
I was close though, closer than I was last time. We're making improvements, but I'm not keeping my eye. I'm
Close
keeping
enough
my eyes
could
on
be
this guy.
life or death.
Just
He's
take
staring-
the medicine. I gave you. Good Lord.
I'll take the medicine tonight, but I'm still staring at this guy right now because he stared at me.
You see, as they pick up their papers, they have a long sword at the side with intricate hilt and an emblem.
All right.
They then begin to sidestep, but leaving their flask on the table.
Not
They
doing
walk
this
over.
right now, man.
They look
Frank's
in the
gonna go-
direction of Frank as they leave, and they turn their head in the direction of you, Aries. Can I help you with something?
Frank's just
Can I help you with something?
Taking a better look at the individual, it seems that they are a half elf wearing a nice piece of chainmail, maroon, reddish, kind of scrappy undertone to the black cloak, the symbol of fire. The Elvish word for it are inscribed upon a cuirass that goes over the chainmail. They have a firm brown and graying beard, thick brown hair put into a ponytail that goes down to the shoulders after revealing and taking the hood off of the cloak. There's a black belt with Elvish writing adorns the waist. Interesting longsword sheathed in black leather. The Elvish appears to be reborn in fire and awakened by its eternal glory. That is etched on the sheath of the blade. The longsword has a golden spindle handle and a cross guard fit with a silver speckled steel pommel with the Elvish words "Year" upon it.
The Elvish word what?
Beer. B-Y-R. Frank's leaving to go make a camp. Tend to the horses. I said, do we have a problem?
No, what you said was, "Can I help you with anything?" And then I asked if I could help you with anything.
Which is
I
why
can't
I'm
imagine
returning.
any problem.
You're looking at me for something. By asking a question means that you know what it is. So I be straight to the point. Are we going to have a problem?
I mean, I was looking across the room and saw you looking at me. I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem?
Fantastic. No, I don't have a problem.
What is it? What is it you're doing here? You're pretty well dressed for this area.
Is that a real question? Are you saying, what am I doing here because I'm well dressed?
I mean, you don't really fit in.
I don't fit in.
I mean, I
Explain
didn't stutter.
to me how I don't fit in. Grab a stool
You'll have
and
to
sit down, stare at you.
You'll have to excuse our friend. For one, he hasn't been sleeping well lately, but I don't think he's ever encountered a night of beer before.
– No,
I'm still looking at him.
I don't
Athos
think
a
they
knight.
have.
Yes, indeed.
Night
We've-
of beer. Why does
we've
that
come
sound
across-
familiar?
We've come across tales of theirs in some of our dealings. I think.
Care to refresh me?
I don't remember this either.
I'm trying to remember how much this particular character knows about these guys.
Oh,
Where's my book? Hold on.
Perhaps we'll go to break.
Well, he
find out.
told us.
We're gonna go to break here, and then I'll explain to you how much you do know. That'll help you a bit more. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We're gonna come back at roughly 6:50ish p.m. PST. So hopefully you join us after that, and to see, we'll see if we engage in combat. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
with
It's
with
not
this group, you
happening.
never-
Aries did
Yeah,
say he
you
wanted to shoot
honestly-
somebody before
Honestly,
the
don't
session
even
started.
know. I don't even know. So
You never know.
we'll
You
see.
never know.
We'll see when we get back. So bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
I mean, talking to this guy. Talking to this guy.
Mhm.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, talking. We're just talking. All right. Welcome
Just talking.
back. Thanks for joining us. We get back into talking to this person.
Talking.
Talking.
Just talking.
Just talking. Okay. So, Athos, you're reminded of what you know of Knights of Beer. You see that this person is resembling that. You drop the name. They're just going to look in your general direction. And they just look back towards Ares.
Yes, if you'll recall, we've heard about this particular outfit a few times. I believe the most recent one was our dear friend, the purveyor of precious possessions, had mentioned an organization when she was telling us about the Bane of Marathon and how they went about that particular siege and destroying that dragon. But yeah, no, they were fighter sorcerers of some renown, founded by the wizards of old.
Does that mean he's friends with Magello?
As it is an interesting coincidence, given that we're on our way to speak with him.
Hey, what's your name?
My name is Griffin Wyvar. Curious, why would you have any interest in the head magistrate, pals?
Yeah, we're just old friends.
You are. I've still yet to meet him.
That is true. I am old friends with Magello. The rest of them
You
are
Are
acquaintances.
old friends with Magello.
Yeah. He and I, we did some magic together once.
Pardon.
You made that sound like a euphemism.
God, you guys just had to eat your fucking pies and drink. That's all you guys had to do.
So you are friends. The whispers that guide the king's ear.
I mean, I've never heard him referred to in that way, but sure. It's a weird way to refer to somebody. Are you hinting at something?
This purveyor of magical items. Who are they?
A dear friend.
Yes, dear friend, I'm sure.
Could you just humor me for a second and stick out your tongue?
Jesus.
I will not be humoring you, unfortunately.
No, that's fair. I probably wouldn't respond very well to that question either.
It's an honest question, guys.
It's quite
But-
interesting that you
Well-
asked my name, but yet you haven't given yours.
Oh, yes. I am Tardan Silengale. We are Ride or Die.
Make it sound like an indie band.
I mean,
Oh,
when
you
let a
haven't heard
bard
the new ballad
introduce
yet.
you.
Wait until you hear the new ballad.
The new ballad. So you're a
Yes.
bard?
The instruments didn't give that. Oh, are you okay?
That's where you go. I'm a motherfucking rock
Oh
star.
boy! And you guys, real quick,
Oh,
Real
you
quick.
fucked up now.
you guys thought I was picking a fight?
Jesus.
I mean, you started it. It's all I'm saying.
Many people carry instruments. Points towards Dahi.
Well, I dabble, but
How many instruments you got on you, Dahi?
Oh, Jesus.
just the one.
Yeah, You see, normal people.
You could just
So-
have lots of hobbies.
A normal
Fucking
person
ass.
carries upwards of one instrument, and a bard carries more than one instrument.
You could have just
Yeah.
been a musical instrument vendor.
I mean, I can't trust these guys to play back up to me. Like, have you seen them?
So you are pompous and stupid.
Like you
Oh
said,
my god!
above.
Hold on a second. I apologize for staring at you and starting this, but after you said that, you may be my new best friend, sir. Thank you. I apologize for starting this, but I'm glad that somebody else views Tartan in the same way. But I will tell you this now: as pompous and arrogant as he may be, he has a good heart, and he's doing the right stuff for the people that are around him.
You've been talking to Bruga again, haven't you?
Tartan, don't ruin this.
But there's the name.
I'll take you folks anywhere.
I didn't give it up. It wasn't me. It was Loudmouth again.
See, as they
wanted
reach
to see
down
how-
onto the table, begin to write a glyph. Salts, pouring it from a leather pouch, casting detect magic. Sprouts. Their eyes glow a little red in the hue, looking at all of you. Can't see anything. How peculiar.
Yeah, that has a nasty habit of not working around us.
So, have you heard about the events down in Elathan over the last few days?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were heading that way. I must have misheard you.
I didn't say anything.
That is accurate.
That does beg the question, though. Where are you headed? What is a night of beer? Something related to the old one, or the old, not the old one, the old
Wizards.
Wizards of old. English is hard for me sometimes. I'm very distracted on
Common.
my ballot. Yeah, what is an organization so old that it predates the Talthars doing?
I mean, I
in
dare
this-
say there's an organization dedicated to the slaying of evil dragons would be rather fucking useful at the moment.
Well, yes, but they're also old, so I don't know if. How many more of there are you?
People have children, Todd.
I know this. I'm probably dodging or child support on like 3 of them. It's fine.
Pardon. Your family name is Salangale.
Yes.
I am your son.
This man turns out to be a half
Eddie?
brother. I'm killing him on the spot. I'm killing him on the spot.
Brother?
Killed the man on the spot, man.
He's dead. We're killing him. In time. Salangale Emporium. Elyon. Purveyor of goods spoke of their son.
All good things, I hope.
Yes. Well, how much of a disappointment they are, but yes.
Oh, you spoke to my father.
Fucking Christ.
That was to be expected.
That's the one. Come with me. Lead back to their table. Sits down.
I think he wants to speak to you specifically, or was that a general invitation?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Have a
But
good
now
time.
I'm curious. Yeah.
Don't sign anything.
No. All of you.
Only
I'm
this
gonna
fucking
wave back.
group could just be like,
Hold on. Let me go get Frank.
I was going to get Frank.
Hey, Frank! I'm yelling at this point for Frank since he's so far away. Frank!
Frank's probably off the map. You see the stagecoach in the wagon setting up tents and lighting the
Wait.
campfire, feeding the horses, right?
My man actually would have set up tent.
I did. Someone
Yeah,
has to
setting
do
up the
it.
tents. and
Yeah,
then-
someone has to fucking do it.
feeding the horses. Tending to
I was
the
trying to do that
grooming.
before we ever came in here.
Frank is a farmer by trade.
Thank you, Mike,
What
for
have to do with
defending me
camping?
so much.
Can't get
I
the
am-
horses.
But I
noticing,
am
though, that he runs away
gonna.
every time conflict.
I'm gonna
happens,
at
so
least
it's
put
kinda
my
troubling.
token in just so I could see your guys'
Yeah,
righteous
that's fine.
fuck up.
That's fine.
Just fuck
I'm
it.
What?
standing
This
right
is
behind
perfect.
him, nice and comfortably.
Nice and comfortable.
Hey, it was a staring contest, and I won.
That's all we need to know. That's it.
That's right.
Did you win? Because we ended up coming over to him.
No, he looked away first to somebody else in the group as I was still looking at him. I won. Oh, invisible. Let's go.
Now I'm not here.
Frank got
I
the
can
ring of
still see you.
invisibility.
Frank may have bartered a little something, something from Brew. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, you can see him, can't
Oh,
you?
you
Athos?
cleaned her pipes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anyway, continue,
So-
guys.
And explain to me why I cannot detect your magic.
Maybe you cast the wrong spell.
He procured some magical items from the purveyor of magical goods to prevent that sort of thing.
I don't see an amulet of anti-detection upon any of you.
That may be the case, but as you know, the purveyor of magical goods is quite good at what she does. And
So you're saying that each of you have some enchantment that blocks divination.
that is exactly what I am telling you, sir.
See,
I mean, what other possible reason could there be?
to use the swing off of a flask. That you all are chosen.
Chosen for what?
Chosen what?
Oh dear, poor Dahi.
Y'all got caught in 4K. Like, damn. Like, you guys got exposed.
Nah, I straight up asked him chosen for what? Dahi's legitimately asking.
No, I know
Yeah.
that. I know. It's fine.
What the hell?
But
There was a
But-
talk coming, and we just hadn't gotten there. Yeah, it was-
It has been foretold
Chosen to put your head up your ass? What the hell?
that individuals will come about chosen to do great things. They are united, brought together, conquer some evil, bring about a new age.
I'm pretty sure this dipshit's only here to conquer some women, I guess, but we can keep talking about it.
and some men. I don't discriminate. It's fine.
The tales I've read, some amount to large events, others small. But nonetheless, they all have one thing in common. They are immune to divination magic. These individuals cannot be foreseen or seen at all by scrying, clairvoyance, detection of magic. There has been some that have came through the ranks, the Knights of Beer, in my time as well. Nothing was ever to come, studied by prophecy and charted their documents and their tales, and yet nothing. So I'm not as curious finding a chosen as I am to the fact that there are a number of you together undertaking something, given that each of you come from somewhere unique and diverse and have been brought together by the threads of fate.
I believe that I have heard tales of these chosen ones, and as you said, they cannot be found in time, which means the threads of fate would not work on them. Is that not how that would work? Doesn't your own philosophy here seem to have its own holes?
Simply because we cannot see where we will go does not mean it will happen. You don't need to tell me, I suppose, if you are or not. Continue to say you have some enchantment. It's believable, it's plausible. but it's a horrible cover. I expect you all to figure out more. The Master of Dragons, Damodar, is after those that are chosen. I'll tell my story to you all. Perhaps we can join on quest. If you are to be truthful with me, I will be truthful with you. But if not, the story ends here, and I will continue on my way. Choose now.
Well, I am rather curious, I must say. I think
I mean, I'm with Athos here.
knowing
on
what
this
this
one.
gentleman knows, and the fact that we already told him that we were on our way to speak to Magello, he's not a stupid individual.
The other thing is, if go ahead.
Well, I don't think we give up very much.
Well, if he knows a purveyor of goods,
I didn't say that.
it's well, he hinted at it. It is likely that he's got at least good intentions. Honest.
If it turns out he
intentions.
doesn't, we could just kill him. It's fine.
That is true.
You realize he's sitting right here in front of us, guys, as you're saying all this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I really would rather not try to spill blood over dinner, but
We already ate. This is dessert.
So I'm with
See,
Athos, though. Any order
the
that's known
complicated-
for... I'm sorry, go ahead, Athos.
No, please continue.
Well, I was just going to say that any organization that's known for killing of dragons or slaying of dragons or dealing with dragons or anything with dragons at all might be, one, good to hear a story from, and two, good to have on our side for this.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, that is quite possibly the most useful thing we could have stumbled into, given our current endeavors. The awkward bit is going to be that we haven't had a chance to talk with Dahi about what any of this means.
I
And so
suppose.
maybe two birds with one stone, but yeah,
Should have just eaten your fucking pie.
It is a better introduction than Frank had to this whole thing.
It was still just
I'm not sure we've
blissful
actually
ignorance. Yeah,
fully explained everything to Frank either. It's been...
he got the
Frank got the
vote.
front row.
I got the
seat to
rundown. Let's just say that.
Avatar
I
of a
got, I got a
deity.
rundown.
So
You got the John Krasinski version of a
yeah, the cliff notes.
I can see Dahi just jaw open. Avatar of a deity. What? Huh? Hold on. Dragons.
Hold up.
Fucking dragon slayers. Hold up.
That I was meant to just deliver.
So
Kind of halted.
So, Griffin, my name is Aries, but you said that your order has seen some of these. What'd you refer to them as? The chosen come through it in the past while you've been around.
Yes, the Chosen is a common name. There's other words declare them across different realms, and Chosen seems to be the unifying factor. We came.
And how
across
did you
them.
How did you know, or how did they know?
We could not see them. We could not scry them. We could not detect them with divination magic. It's easily seen. I mean, simply cast about, throw the net wide. What you get back will tell you. That is here nor there. Nothing came to be fruitful. There was nothing. They were brought to some high esteemed quest or voyage or tale. Nothing that ancient scrolls have told. So then, of course, you have to ask what other factor would make these things come about. And one of them that is key is those that are brought to a glorious purpose, brought together. It's not just one, it's many. And here you all are, many, brought together perhaps, being so diverse. This is the unfolding of a true chosen one's tale. But again, I cannot be truthful to you and aid you in your quest. You are not.
Well,
I
my
have a
vote is I
question
feel like
for
we
you.
have nothing to lose. I think we should.
Full
For
fucking
clarification,
send.
Were you able to see Dahi?
that's precisely what I was about to ask. We hadn't actually
No.
performed that test yet.
Welcome to the
not.
group.
Well, we had our
Fuck now,
suspicions
son.
given the nature of the way we were thrown together, but so okay.
I think y'all might have a thing or two to explain.
Yes,
You want to run through it from the top, Athos? You want me to run through it from the
Right.
top? How you want to go?
so you have within you a splinter of a deity, which makes you somewhat unique in the universe, and that you cannot be traced through time or fate or divination. Nobody can predict what you're going to do. You are effectively invisible to the powers that be in many ways, as are all of us, which is why we have come together, presumably.
Well, all righty then.
Just let that sink in. That's step one. Step two, I'm sure that you're aware of the war that's going on and the tales of dragons and undead and all sorts of unseemly things. It seems that the Chosen have been called upon to restore some order to the the pile of chaos that appears to be occurring at the moment. The gentleman behind all of the dragons and chaos goes by the name of Damodar. He would very much like us to not do that, and sort of wants us dead. All the things you saw in Elathan, that was mostly his doing. Now, the final piece to this is that all of us have been gifted with a particular item that is useful in completing that task. And I haven't seen it on you, so I'm curious. And Athos will pull out his ring that has the stone on it and just show him his gold gemstones. Do you have anything that somewhat resembles one of these?
You're
You're
muted.
muted, my friend.
Right, because squeaky chair. He'll like pat himself over a bit and be like, then he'll remember that thing that the sick person gave him in Elathan. He's like, well, some poor sap on death's door gave me this thing. Can't imagine it's anything too valuable, but
Might be surprised. Okay, Griffin, if you would bear with us, this is obviously an admission of what you suspect, but we are trying to bring our new friend up to speed a bit.
I can't imagine I'm really one of these chosen, whatever. I mean, hell, the guy before me had this stone. Couldn't he been a chosen?
Join the club, buddy. But the stones
They-
find their way to the right people in weird, unorganized ways. I'll pull out my stone from my my neck and say, "This was given to me by one of, if not my best friend and mentor from the military that gave his life to save me. Not mine. And I promised him that I would get it back to his family. And I was on my way to do that when I met this group. And I had the same disbelief that you did, that I don't belong. It's not mine. It wasn't given to me. I wasn't born with it in family. I wasn't given it by some celestial being somewhere. It was literally given to me to bring back to his family, to his son. But here I am.
Now, at this point, I imagine, like any reasonably sane-minded person, you assume that I am absolutely fucking insane and that we are all a part of some crazy cult. So I would entreat you to humor us for just a moment. If you will take your gemstone, clear your mind, and focus on it with intent, and you should see that there is something to what we are telling you.
Just give us a little bit of faith, is what I'm going to say as I give him bardic inspiration.
I hand my stone to the other guys, like, "Yo, you want to give it a go first?"
No, this is yours.
No, to Griffin. Yeah, you want to
Yeah,
give it a
I'm
go?
going to smack your hand like a toddler.
Hey,
It's very, you don't want to know. They're
Do not give up your stone.
we've tried that before. It ends up back in your pocket, typically speaking. It goes where it wants to.
Oh, do you want us to prove it to you?
give me a second. He'll walk to the door, load that fucker in his sling, and ship it. And then
Oh,
walk
man.
back to the
no.
table.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
no.
I hope it doesn't hit anything too hard. They have a tendency to go boom. Probably should have mentioned.
Well,
that.
you could have told me that before I threw it out the goddamn door.
They
Walk
blew
back
up a
to the
building
table. You sit
just
back.
before.
The stone and feel it in the clutch of your palm.
I feel it. Where?
The clutch of your palm.
Ah,
Told you.
look. I'll be damned. That's a mighty neat trick. All right. Well, guess it's worth a little something to take a peek. All right. Well, let's get her done. And he'll sit there and put his stuff back and concentrate on it for a second. Oh,
Make a
by
wisdom.
hope we aren't holding up our compatriot here.
Griffin seems just to be watching you all intently, observing. Has also pulled out a piece of scroll and has been making notes, particularly on the observations of the chosen.
Oh boy, we might have to talk about that before we leave him.
Okay, so
Dahi,
sorry, you were about to say make something?
Yeah, so Dahi, you're looking into the stone, focusing and concentrating as much as the party has kind of told you and coerced you to do. Make a wisdom saving.
Okay.
Coerced.
Wisdom on a ranger. You should be pretty good at this.
I'll add a d8 to that. 22.
Wow. Okay. So 22 comes through as you stare into the stone. Your vision begins to blind, become black. Eventually, you are looking in a large amphitheater that sits somewhere with grandstands surrounding different stalls, different accoutrement to a theater, to a play. On the platform, there is a trope that is currently playing fantastical performance of drama and action. They're working and it's quite beautiful. The crowd here is hundreds, thousands of people watching this performance. This is not just some common trope. Your eyes begin to fixate on one in particular, one that is portraying an old human wizard. Behind the veil of their disguise, your perception can see that they are elf. And they somehow are a fixation of your vision. The crowd is blurred around you. And you can feel what it is the heartbeat of that person. The heartbeat is rapid and is different in its rhythm. You can feel the sense of dread, the sense of fear. As you're watching, and as you're staring, its time is different. You're here watching this play for a number of minutes, upwards to 30. The crowd murmuring and talking. You're able to overhear. The trope is called the Valley. The performance is referred to as the Lord of the Rings. You're watching, comes to sound, and the visions are drowning out around you. You're brought back to the table at the bar. no time has passed for the rest of you and for the party in this particular time and moment. When you are looking into the vision, looking into the stone and having this vision, it felt as if a great number of minutes, half hour, right? That time had changed, but really for the rest around you, it's like you just went in and came back.
Well, that was a heck of an experience. And I'll relay this to the party. Like,
Yep.
did y'all have something similar to that by chance? Sort of playhouse.
Everybody's experiences to this point have seemed to differ slightly. I was, if I remember correctly, because it's been a while, in a bay where it looked like, I guess I'll say bubbling water, but it was more like something was coming up out of the water. That was my experience.
So
He's dead.
that's true. Well, so we haven't gotten to that point yet. So what you are holding is referred to as the essence of dragons, and each one seems to be attached to a particular dragon of the same hue. The white one was slain, which is why Tardens is no longer connected to anything. But whatever you saw, I'm surprised it was a play. That is interesting. You were seeing either around or through the eyes of, presumably, your stone is copper, correct?
I don't recall what color it is.
It
I
is
don't think that was
copper.
mentioned in the moment.
I realized it wasn't in your inventory, so I went ahead and put it in there.
Got it. Thank
But
you.
it is copper. Yeah.
So presumably you connected to a copper dragon. Refresh my memory, Todd, and I don't remember hearing anything about a copper dragon in all of our travels and research.
No, the 6 dragons that were at the tower were gold, silver, red, green, white, and black.
Right. So the issue is that Damodar has taken control of all of those dragons and is using them as weapons, effectively. These stones, when properly arranged and powered up, so to speak, seem to give a certain amount of power over a dragon or connection to a dragon. The Tresgol is the only one I've actually seen interact with this dragon. I was under the impression that was not the typical usage of these, given that Tresgol was not under the command of Damodar.
This is the second stone that we have seen that is connected to a dragon that is not.
Presumably
the
not under the
6.
control. Yeah. So it could be more similar to that. Depending on how you choose to use it, it can be used to empower a dragon to a greater extent than the natural abilities. Of course,
However,
you
you
want to be
hold,
friends with said dragon, otherwise it could go badly.
it does. What you hold is only a fragment of.
Right.
Actually, can I look at his? Is it complete? Does it look
It
like
is
mine?
crude, egg-shaped, 1 inch in length, opaque.
So I will go ahead and pull out my stone that is more of the prism, pristine, see-through with the white kind of flurry of snow and dragon scale inside of it. This is more in line with what you'll see when all of the fragments are together.
So you're saying there's more of these out there?
Yes.
They will find their way to you when the time is right.
Or vice versa. That's curious. A play, we were just talking about plays. It's a fascinating coincidence. Sudden interest in theater, and now there's a dragon in a theater.
Did you by chance catch the name of the trope that you saw playing?
I remember the name of the play. Can't What was the trope?
What was the name of the play?
The Lord of the Rings.
This is the play that I was just telling you guys about. It's rather
The one you wanted
curious.
to go see.
Yes.
What did you say that was, Todd?
Rivera.
Out of character, would my character would probably remember the trope name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ali. I'll put
Yeah,
that.
if you ever want to, if you feel like your character would know remember that, you can simply just ask me, and I can give you.
Could you type that out? I want to put it in the journal tab of my character sheet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So, fantastical revelations aside, now you know a bit about why we're all together and what we're doing, and why you should come with. Also, there is a megalomaniacal, extremely powerful wizard of
Doom.
who's made dealings with ancient powers and entities, who likely wants you dead. So, congratulations.
He doesn't want you dead yet.
Well, yet, but that's a big distinction.
Duly noted.
So,
So your
anyway,
odds are better with us. That's all he's saying.
That's true. Yeah, you don't want to be by yourself at the moment.
I'll
You
look
consider
at
that our admission of your suspicions, I suppose.
And as Athos finishes that, I'll look at him and say, "Is that truth enough for you?"
Seems like you all have accomplished part of what I tend to do. Tell me. This place you referred to, you have gone, is in line with what I intend. It is the source of dragon's corruption. A place called Felgen.
Oh, at Felgen, yes.
Yes. The Well of the Nine Realms.
Don't drink from it.
No, that wouldn't be wise, would it?
No.
May melt your face.
What can you tell me of the spell that Damodar used?
Yes. That is quite complicated. Even Podrick didn't seem to fully understand the extent of that. All that we really know is that it seemed to necessitate the use of all of these stones at some point. And it gave him dominion over the dragons. Some of them were not even there willingly. They were being pressed into service, as it were. And it seemed to be the source of the corruption that now plagues the well, a byproduct of his magic.
So is the stones at fault? The command
Well-
of the dragons, or is it what Damodar possesses?
The stones were useful in establishing his control, but he no longer has them. They were sent to us to try and undo what he's done, presumably. I do not think that can necessarily be done at Felgen. Perhaps if we had all of them, I don't know. That part was unclear.
How were they sent to you? How did you obtain these?
All in our own particular. They were scattered through time. Mine was a family heirloom. Dahi just received his 2 days ago.
There are very few things that I know that can move through time like that.
Yes, it's the gentleman referred to as the Old One.
What Felgum researched.
He has a vested interest in stopping Damodar, it would seem. So he scattered the stones to be found by the Chosen Ones at the appropriate time to try and thwart his plans, it would seem.
chosen to be absent of time, but yet this old one placed them on the path.
Somehow, that part was rather confusing.
It is confusing. My quest is to investigate the spell that Daminar has used. Form an immortal bond to these dragons, protecting them not only of physical damage, weapons, armaments, but also magical. Any sort of control that one that wields the arcane or the natural can impose. Dragons are immune to everything. They are a ferocious and unstoppable force, and yet they don't simply destroy the world. There is something very clear that Damodar wants, something they wish to exploit, and they're doing it very carefully for the last 9 years. And this time I have spent in my research. The war has been going on for 8. But this spell was cast 9 years ago. I, as the Knight of Beer, was at the Wizard's Keep when they were attacked. It was the day that Shenruna was ruined and the jungles of the surrounding province were destroyed. I was on top of the 3rd tower, and I battled a gold dragon named Horan, a creature that was told to us and promised as a protector, someone that had lived thousands of years in service to people, to guide and to protect, to nourish. Horan took pity. I knelt in defeat, and they told me to flee. It was at that moment I knew that the dragons still had a sliver of something that would defy, that would stop the command that Damodar possessed on them. Magic of an unnatural source, purple and pink, this lightning that sprouts. It is chaos, the foundation of arcane. Have possession and the wield of something such as this is not to be of you or I. To be of the
Well,
deities, to be of gods, goddesses. Damodar
The best-
nonetheless.
based on what we've read and what I know and what we talked to Podrick about, he's actually quite useful if you get over there. He knows a lot. He was there when the spell was cast. He's still there. So the old one had a presence on the Isle of the Blessed. That is what Felgum was researching and studying. There were other places throughout the world that had similar chaotic entities surrounding them. Not all of them seemingly as benign as the old one appears to be. We suspected that Damodar has partnered with another like the old one, but with perhaps more malicious, carnivorous intent.
See. And this Porig, headmaster, I'm assuming as Porig, there was once one there at Felgum, but
Yes.
they could not be alive now, surely.
Well, 2 things. Time is very strange on the island, and also the old one has a way of making you have considerably increased longevity.
See.
He was a bit nutty, though. Yes, catch him in a good mood.
Yeah, which one do you want to talk to?
Also, might be able to provide you aid in getting to Felgum.
Well, to be fair, we flew on a dragon the first time.
A
Yes.
dragon.
Yeah, that was that.
Bresgol.
There are some dragons that Damodar does not control.
Bresgol is still alive.
Well,
Kind
he's
of.
he's undead.
Yes, well, of course, I know that.
Well,
I
yes,
was-
that's the reason that Damodar could not control him.
I know. I was part.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, we knew that. Apologies.
Was part of
It's been
that
a few
endeavor.
days. Yes.
Which is why I was curious of what relation you had to Magello.
So we freed him from Gerda.
Broke the bonds.
Yes.
See, how were they imprisoned?
Damodar had imprisoned him alongside the Lich, whose power was used to turn him.
Continue.
Apparently, he was upset that he could not control him, so he imprisoned him. So we broke him loose. A former associate of ours developed a bond with him through the stones, and he flew us to Felgum.
Another ally against the fight. Bresgol
He's a
is
bit-
alive, but yet turned by the Lich and broken of the bonds. Damodar is truly a sick bastard.
Yes, there
Placing
was.
Tresgol and Girder, the very place that we turned. The Lich, though, is the Lich alive? Well, the phylactery destroyed. No?
Well, see, in freeing Tresgol, he was rather large, much larger than the last time you saw him. The mountain kind of collapsed as we were leaving. Presumably, the Lich would have survived. I don't know how tenable it is to get back in there, or if he could go anywhere.
Girder was their prison, as they had proclaimed. Utah Slatar was once a Ruglark, the guild of mages of the dwarven clan Ironhide. In the depths of the city, they sought power. They were turned and twisted by a crystal, something of great wealth, gave visions. None of us spoke to it, but we were hit with the same magic that seems the Damodar has possession of. This crystal was what Utah Slatar preached and worshipped. They would make a good ally now. Sure, they would be enemies of Damodar. But Girder was
Well,
their prison.
They had made sort of a pact. I believe Damodar had promised to release him after he was done, as long as the dragon never got out. The crystal's been destroyed, so good news there. It kind of disintegrated me. That wasn't pleasant, but I recovered. But yes, Tresgol is around, and he's no big fan of any of the other dragons, so presuming we can still contact him and coerce him to continue helping, he could be useful.
It will be.
Our associate is no longer with us, so we don't have the direct communication that we used to. But
Perhaps you can reach out, figure out if Tresgol will be gathering more of their servants. Tresgol was formidable in their younger years, and they grew to much power. They rivaled that of Barry Thune.
yes. He did seem eager to wreak some vengeance on many of the lesser dragons. But no, Todd, and to your point, I don't know if we have any other way of helping get to the island. Think of.
I was going to suggest that if you're going through Alathan, which I assume you are, as the port town, you talk to the first commander and tell her that you are traveling under the guise of Ride or Die, and you are doing information gathering for us on
No.
the island.
I will not be doing that.
Okay.
There is.
Well, you just need a way to get past the blockade, really. If you can do that, then you're fine.
I'll figure out a way. I don't think that'll be an issue.
There's also the pirates. Talk to the pirates.
They're not gonna
Sure,
like
well,
you very much, though.
I wouldn't trust the Talthars if I were all of you.
No.
There is much history with the Talthars and the Wizard's Keep. There's much history with the Talthars and their hate against magic. I would use them at your advantage, but be very clear. They are very powerful. Talthar's influence and their divine might is strong. If they seek, or if they see any falter in your position, they will imprison you, or at worst, put you to death. For now, you're what you have told me. You are quite forthcoming, but also elusive. This could help you. I can't tell you what you're going to do, what you won't do. I can only give you a warning. Just be safe. The Jello is very powerful. I only know them from the Wizard's Keep. They were a professor in divination magic. There was tales that they have lived for a long time, and perhaps they were one of the old, but the stream of that logic has faltered. As if one had very much purposefully hidden them away. If they are the whispers to the king, they could very well be an enemy, playing both sides. I don't know. I haven't seen Magello since they fought on top of the first tower.
Todd,
There
you had
are-
a run in with him. What did you say he wanted? What did he have to say?
He didn't say much, just that we were prophesized to. You know, now that I think about that conversation, it doesn't make much sense. So we were prophesized to bring an end to chaos, as Griffin alluded to, is kind of what happens when the chosen are together, something grand. However, Magello would not give us very much detail for the fact that he didn't want to mess up the timeline. But now knowing what we know and the fact that we have our own agency due to this sliver, don't know how we would mess up the timeline unless he was playing a game with us.
But he intervened against Demodar, did he not?
He did. Which is why I was so readily able to trust him at the time, but
Also, a bit surprised that the way you described it, it sounded as if his powers were almost rivaling that of Demodar.
which is part of the reason why I assumed he was this wizard of old.
I think.
But if we can't be seen through time and our choices are our own, why would he care so much about the information that he gives us?
It's fair.
I'll let you all
Yes,
make
we
your own
mostly.
conclusions. I don't mean to overstep my bounds. I understand that this is difficult. Some of you towards dying. Towards Ares. Pulls up the flask, begins to heat it up, casting some fire underneath it, working it. Slow simmer, begins to drink it.
So you mentioned the point of all of your research. Your mission is to find a way around the dragon's defenses, correct?
Yes, that's in short what it is. I mean, there's the very essence of the spell to find and figure out how it was done. That is what I'm after. I have scoured the ruins of Chandrunar. I have delved into Melandar. Now I make my way from the north to the south. The 9 years I've spent moving across this continent, an effort to find what has been done, knowing very well it has been done at Felgen, a place that was ruined and destroyed by the Telthars. I did not know anyone lived there, or anyone was still there. This person, Porig, they could be of help. Perhaps I can spend time with them and uncover more truth. I
Yes,
gave
I
up
don't know that.
my quest of killing dragons. They are immortal. There is nothing to be done.
Well, Ethrin's dead.
You have killed one.
Well, no.
Well,
Tell again.
It
Most of
does
us were
not
not here for
matter
this.
if you or someone else did. It just matters that the dragon is dead.
They can be
Ethrin
killed.
and Ethrin's spawn are dead.
And this has to do with what you all possess.
That is correct.
The items, the stones that have been put on your path. So there is another ally here.
It requires collecting quite a few of them, it seems. But when at full power, they are able to negate what Damodar has placed upon them.
Breaking whatever bond.
In your case, you simply just freed it from his control, did you not? And then someone else killed it.
Yes. When the stones are complete, it does seem that they have the ability to either, as he hinted at with Tresgol, empower them or control them. Those are the two uses we have seen thus far.
So the stones have magic that are relevant to dragons.
They are quite literally the primordial essence of dragons. I believe it was described to us that they are composed of the stuff that the primordials used to create dragons at the beginning of time. It was rather complicated.
And for them to be
Home
here on
elementals.
this plane is astounding. For them
Yes,
to
it
be in
is unheard of.
possession of mortals is astounding.
Hmm.
And it could very well be the key to slaying these dragons.
Indeed.
Or
That does seem to
perhaps
be sort of our challenge, perhaps. At least
breaking
part of it.
just the bonds.
Yes, some of the dragons clearly do not want to be doing what they're doing.
Oren took pity on me.
I had a conversation with him, actually. He instructed us to go find the Belknock, the Dragonborn clan. Said that they could potentially help. But he clearly, at least in some capacity, is trying to undermine what he's being forced to do.
Oren is very strong. It would not surprise me that within their lair they would have some protection against the command. Belknock, there in the Crystal Desert, within the town of Nisquil. It is treacherous, dangerous. You must be mindful. Where are you
Oh.
headed next? What is?
Well,
I-
at a minimum, we have a wagon full of supplies for Farron.
Right.
With Baron?
We suppose we would talk to Magello, try to get some more information, and then head up to Fort Farron. We had an ally that was rather personally concerned with taking care of the situation there, but he's also no longer with us. But still, we may try and address that issue before we go any further.
Given what he's told us about Magello, perhaps we postpone that trip?
It's up to
I-
you.
I was already skeptical of the Tau Thaws after that first vision that I told you about. Oh, Dahi, to catch you up to speed,
Yeah.
we dove into a lake in the Frosthorn Valley. And those of us that were there at the time were teleported, presumably back in time, where we met Damodar for the first time as a young boy. And it was.
Sounded like he was an older fellow, though.
He is now. As I said, we were teleported back in time.
Hmm.
Well, we were put into a vision of the past that we could interact with, I suppose, is probably a better way to describe it. And the Tauthar were slaughtering those that used arcane magic. Was the end of the vision.
You have a bit of a nasty habit of that.
But if Magello is as close to the king as this individual is saying and is indeed playing both sides, the arcane and the divine, perhaps it's best to do as we did in the Colosseum and bet on ourselves.
You did say he was rather cryptic and didn't like giving information, so it may very well be he doesn't tell us anything. Something you should know, Griffin. The dragons, from what we've been able to discern, are not the end game. They're almost a distraction for whatever he's truly after.
True. He doesn't. Whatever he's playing at, he needs us alive until a certain point.
Yes, there have been times when he could have killed at least some of us and chose not to for some reason.
I'm going to go back to what I've said before. I believe maybe Damodar doesn't understand how we can influence this and is trying to figure out our role in this just as
Well-
much as we are.
Yes. I also think it's become apparent these stones cannot be taken by force. As you saw, you tried to throw it away and it simply came back. So, while I don't think he likes us having them, he's somewhat powerless to remove them directly. But he has sent things to kill us. He just doesn't do it himself, which is interesting.
Well, what we do know about the stones, though, Athos, and maybe why he's sending things to kill us, is it seems when one of the chosen with the stones does die, the stone finds somebody else worthy, let's say. The next worthy person may not have the drive or desire that the current person does, and it may
very
take that
constantly
stone out of
trying-
play.
Push the reset button, so to speak.
Exactly.
Didn't we had a bit of a theory that Damodar himself might have been chosen? Because we never understood how he came to possess the stones in the first place.
Correct. I believe.
We don't have anything to back that up. It's just a hunch, but
Yes, I also believe that he has dabbled in, obviously, time magic, seeing as how he is human. and
Oh.
that purge was long enough ago that he shouldn't have been alive anymore.
Well, he would be very old. I mean, he does look older, but he doesn't look ancient.
He looks like he's in his 40s.
Skincare routines are important.
Does have cat eyes now, though.
So, how many of your order still exist, Sir Griffin?
Don't know. The Wizard's Keep was attacked on the Isle of Bure after Chandra was ruined. Towers were toppled. The island was destroyed. Fort. Escape was gone. I swam many miles. That's besides the point. If we're alive, they'd be doing the same as me. I have not encountered them.
I was just curious if, I mean, as you quite correctly surmised, throwing anything at the dragons currently is a waste of time and energy. But when we are prepared to fight one, having those who are trained and equipped to do so would be of great.
We were never
value.
trained or equipped to fight dragons. It's not what we were purposeful. This Griffin has been literally chugging on a flask for a number of times. It's quite sloshed, swaying from side to side. We were taken as children after being found have these gifts, and we were trained, taught, and knighted of a sovereign nation. The Wizard's Keep does not affiliate itself with anyone else. There are multiple moments in history over the course of 360 years the Tal Thars have went to war against magic. The Age of the Great Purge is only one of those moments. The last was in King Reldor Tal Thar's time. This king was led by false prophecy by their magistrate Paline, later put to death. The raids were in Uther. Prophecy foretold one would rise, destroy the throne, rid the world of the Tal Thars. We foresaw this prophecy as well, but it was told differently, not of the same. It was muddled in confusion, and as soon as the tendrils of the prophecy were grasped, it was changed, as if it never existed. I do not believe in prophecy. If that was so, I have more hope and more faith that this world would be spared. I don't anymore. I only seek vengeance.
You mentioned the prophecy spoke of one that would arise from Uther.
Yes.
Is that a city, a place?
No, it's a region. It's the region that was destroyed by Erithun and now has been dominated by a war. Barren wastelands and the trenches. Bombardment of cannons and the breath of dragon. It's not the same.
Well, the
Damn it,
last purge lines up with the timing of when you suspected that vision to have occurred, does it not?
Does, given Damodar's age, maybe he did not meddle in time magic.
Well, I mean, he would be very old if something is keeping him spry, so to speak. But if that's the case, then one may very well have risen that very much seems intent on destroying the throne of the Talthas. Irony being that they probably caused his rise and the senseless purging of innocent users of the arcane.
Sure, many have fled to the Wizard's Keep, and we opened our arms as best as we could, but still plagued by our own institutions.
No, you probably can't recall everyone that came through the Wizard's Keep, obviously. But do you know if Lady Sindar Elena?
Lady Cinder Elena had no place at the Wizard's Keep. They are head of the Melandar Council. They bridge the gap between Temerians and the Talthars. They were once aligned with the King Delrod, Bad King. Vassal kingdom to the Temerian Republic. They occupy the region of Ethrida, which is what the king was named, and the region named after. Lady Sindar Elena is a politician.
She the one you saw in your vision, Todd?
Well, Griffin, you seem to be enjoying your alcohol. I suppose we should bid you a fair due. One of our companions is, I presume, setting up camp, but knowing him, could also be arm wrestling a bear.
Make way. Let's go to your camp. Get you some food too. You got food?
No, we
I'm
actually
sure we
ordered
do.
from here, I think.
Oh, yeah, we had meat pies here, but we have food back at camp as well.
Let's go.
I could whip something up for you if you need it.
Fantastic. Really good. As they get up, hitting over the stool and stumbling over the table. Kind of moving their head from side to side, begin to wobble out of the spoiled bread.
While we're heading towards the camp, I would like to pull Dahi towards the back of the group away from Griffin.
Okay.
Less worried about if Athos hears, but more making sure Griffin can't hear.
Gotcha.
Dahi, you
Yes, sir.
mentioned the trope and the valet. Well, the Lord of the Rings. I can only assume they were the valet. I need you to do me a favor the next time you focus on the stone. And I need you to think, or even say, potentially, the name Aaron Quinoran.
No. Aaron Knoll. I imagine I could do that.
That may reveal the dragon to you. However, it may also cause him to run, so don't be surprised if he lashes out. It is a vision. I don't know if he can. I don't suppose they can hurt you. If they could, they'd probably kill us all.
I'll say I suspect some of the nastier ones would have. Oh, yes, I heard you. Would have killed us long ago.
So just do that and let me know how that goes, if you don't mind.
Certainly, I imagine I can give it a try. Might I ask how you know that name?
You can, and sometimes, while sharing information is crucial, sharing the how is not as crucial. So let's play this one by ear if you don't mind.
Fair enough. Suppose I can do that.
Athos will be the first to tell you. Usually I'm pretty forthcoming, so I have my reasons.
That's fair. Well, I'll let you know how it goes next time I sit down with this stone. No promises it'll be tonight, no tomorrow, but we'll see.
Yes,
We've
take it-
thrown a lot at you, so take your time.
yes.
David's gonna need like a whole week to digest what's going on.
Yeah, pretty
Welcome to
much.
sport of being part god.
I put the name in chat for you, by the way, just in case you need it.
Well, my mother's a goddess, so I could already see that coming from a mile away. My dad knew that, but fair enough. Who wants second dinner?
Whatever
good.
you cook has got to be better than that.
Yeah. So what he'll do is see what's the CR for or the DC for crafting some of the food options.
Oh, for
Yeah, I see the different meals that give temp HP, but I'm not seeing a CDC for them.
the DC is set similar to the other craftable items, so
got it.
it's going to be depending on the rarity. Right? So the
All right.
greater will be uncommon, superior is rare.
Well, we're gonna go to bed and the temp HP resets. Have y'all been by this way? No.
This particular outpost? No.
I look to our new friend. Is this place prone for trouble?
No one
Yeah,
causes trouble here.
that's fair. All right.
We're just moving through. Come to the encampment. Campfire has been set up. There's a pot. Frank has made a tripod, stagecoach. The horses are getting feed. There's blankets over top of them. Camp is a little bit of ways away from the spoiler route, too far. Joey has left us for the evening, but they have things going on that they need to take care of. So Frank will be zombified.
Okay. I will spend 50 gold and cook a greater meal using some of the more flavorful herbs from our potion supplies and some of the herbs that we collected for the poultices to cook that. And I will deduct the 50 gold from that pool.
Okay.
Now you guys don't have to eat it right away. We can put it in the chest of preserving, and that will actually keep the cooked food. It won't be
Leftover.
warm, but it won't go bad. So obviously that temp HP on those has a timer, but we can come back to that later. For now, I'm just cooking for the guests.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably just, even just say we're making something, right? You don't need to make like a food that was going to give healing or anything because it's not going to be useful, but you could always just say we're making food.
Well,
That too.
well, fine, yeah.
Dahi make, you can't if you say, you could make a little extra right on top of it. Who knows? But
You know,
if you
just
wanted,
like, yeah.
yeah, if you just wanted to make food to feed people, you don't necessarily need to make
Okay. Yep.
one of the food things to recover temporary hit points. You could just say that
Okay.
you're making something delicious.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, that works.
All right, why don't you go ahead and give me a roll with the cook's utensils? Let's see how
Okay.
delicious you're making this.
So that it should.
For that one.
Uh,
You'll have to go
I'm not
to
rolling.
into your character sheet or the
Now I don't know what stat it just rolled that with. I assume wisdom
+4
because
be
it's adding
wisdom.
+4. So
Yeah.
not great. Actually, that was close to a nat 1.
yeah. Let's do. You rolled a 2. So you're baking, but it's raining. It's a little bit difficult, but hey, you make actually a really good meal. It's way better than pies. Maybe make a nice hearty stew with different herbs and things. Nothing that would recover temporary hit points or whatever. But hey, it's something you're able to gather around and get some food. Griffin is sitting there, currently laid out some things to stop them from just directly sitting in the mud that's being developed. They're currently taking a clay bowl out, putting it in the bowl, eating it. Continues to chug on the flask. It never seems to end.
Do we
Aries, that liquor
last
that
year-
knocked you out the other night, wasn't that something to do with the Knights of Beer?
what?
The liquor that knocked you on your ass. I think the innkeeper told us it was something
Yeah,
with the
I was
Knights
about to
of
get to
Beer.
that. That flask you're drinking out of seems to have endless supplies of alcohol in it.
It does.
Is that it just never is it just never stops? Like what is that?
It's Dragon Secure. It is a creation of the Wizard's Keep. You only can drink it when it's hot, not bad things.
It never runs out.
Flask is enchanted. Never runs out.
Where would one find something like that?
Brugus?
Looks at you, and your eyes go wide. Nowhere. Not anymore.
And I assume the way you've been chugging on that, you're probably not willing to part with it.
Absolutely not. Stares into the fire. Staring into the fire, sees the flame begins to change. Standard hue of orange into blue, purple.
All right. While all this is going on, I'm going to take some of my rope, which I assume is kind of a woven rope. Not all of it, but just a section of it, probably like 5 feet. And I'm going to unravel it, and I'm going to tie my gear to the rope and to my body.
What?
It's called in the military it's called a dummy
This
cord,
is
but basically
A dummy
it's so that
cord.
it's basically so that if it falls off or if somebody tries to take
Yeah,
it won't
you'll
happen.
go with it. Yeah.
Exactly, it'll wake me up.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha.
See, I may not be fully over this thing yet, but I'm getting smarter about how I'm going about it.
Don't forget
All
your
right.
meds.
Been waiting
Yeah, don't forget your
I've been
meds,
waiting
take-
a couple episodes to
Roll
to
for
do this, so-
Shibari.
Take your medicine.
So,
No worries. Tie it up. Make it nice and neat. Go make a sleight of hand check.
Hey.
oh my
Yeah.
god, that was almost a 1 on my screen.
Pretty good knot. It's looking pretty good. You feel really confident.
And I will I can't use the Raven again because I used it
No, you can use the
yesterday.
Raven. You can use the Raven.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
been a couple of days.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I will also pull the Raven out again as I rub
Nice.
it.
Pull the Raven out. You're just
Rubbing it.
giving it a good old rub.
Not too much though. You don't want too much friction.
No,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Not too fast.
Sprouts. Dustin went there. I didn't go there. Dustin there. You see as the different particles begin to form into that raven again, that white, silver, kind of blackish raven, I should state, and then begins to fly upon one of the wagons on the top end.
Hello, my friend. It's that time again to please keep an eye on us. Make sure nobody sneaks up on us. You're doing an outstanding job, and I really appreciate it as well as everybody else here.
Looking around endlessly like a radar dish.
I got a Raven radar. And I'll tell everybody our as well as it can be, our perimeter is set up. And everybody can enjoy a good night's rest.
Hypothetically, if you were starving, do you think you could cook it?
The Raven?
Yeah.
No.
Would it come back?
Would the Raven come back? Yes, but it as soon as you hit it or do any damage to it, it's just going to disappear.
Ah. Good.
It's looks like a real creature and acts like one, but it's really not.
Hmm.
But it will keep us safe and warn us. Not all of us have eyes in the back of our head, okay, Athos?
No, he just has an eye on his shield.
So he has 5 eyes then.
Hmm.
2 in the back of his head, 2 in the front of his head, and the shield. That explains everything.
Lots of eyes.
Yeah. Technically has eyes on his armor too.
Oh my god.
He
Eyes
also has
everywhere.
goggles now, so he technically has
true.
4 eyes in the front.
That's true.
That is true. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Wow. Might as well get you a robe. Robe of
The robe
eyes.
of eyes. Yeah.
Robe of
Might
eyes.
as well. Might as well. How many eyes can we put on one character? So
Oh,
many.
man.
So as the night is drawing, Griffin has finished their food. The rest of you as well can dine in. Maybe finding refuge inside of the stagecoach or the wagon itself, or perhaps underneath them, through bedrolls and things. Griffin still stares into the fire. The hours begin to dwindle. It says no words.
When I go to retire, would actually
You cut.
I would
Did he cut out for
I would
anybody else?
say yeah, I was thinking. I was pausing. Sorry about that.
He physically cut out.
I was
Yeah.
like, wow, what's going on
Yeah,
here?
there was
There was
a break
Yeah.
in the synopsis there.
Pausing is good. It's fine. We gotta pause. We gotta think.
I would actually say a prayer to Paylor. Just kind of a gentle, hey, how are you? But at the end of my prayer, I would ask if he has spoken to the king of Arthuria recently, given his newfound abilities with the additional avatar. And that would kind of conclude my night.
Okay. So you send out a prayer. You hear a humble voice. I have reached out.
Has he responded to you in kind?
Of course, King worships me and is devoted to me.
I appreciate you responding and taking the time. I see that the avatar has not gone to waste.
No.
Given that, has the king asked you for any help in dealing with the dragons, and have you provided him any insight into us?
No. I am not one to influence the decisions of mortals. I am but a guidance of light, where the night is dark, and there is no hope.
I appreciate you taking the time to answer my prayer and my questions. I find myself at a unease with the Talthars, given their history, so it puts me at a little bit of ease. That's all I really have for him.
As one alibi for me, as the group is kind of all laying their head down, Aries will kind of look up and say, Tardan, how about a little ballad before we all go to sleep here? That I know you've been working so hard on.
Oh yes, the ballad, the ballad.
Sing it! I see it in chat. Come on, you gotta sing it.
I am not singing.
Come on.
No.
Come gather round, ye all who hear a tale of bards and friends so dear, of a group that rode and fought with pride. A band of brothers, ride or die. It's got a ring. I like it.
Yeah, AI did a good job on that.
That was AI. This is
That
AI.
was AI. That was
No,
all
we can't
AI.
do it on stream. We're sorry,
Can we
Twitch.
not?
I don't think we
I
can.
don't-
This is copyrighted. So no, I'm just kidding. It's not copyrighted
just-
yet.
Yes.
Not a problem yet. The courts are deciding. So we are sitting here waiting. Honestly, it's really good. You should sing it.
Not so good. I just thought it was
come
hilarious
on.
because it came out in such a tartan fashion. Especially the leader was a bard. Like that was so tartan.
The leader was a bard so bold whose songs could make the young and old dance, sing with joyful glee. His words could set the spirit free, literally. Oh,
Arden's
hilarious.
actually just an AI. That's what we've learned.
yeah,
That
we
is-
just learned. Yeah.
That's where I got the whole persona from. Anytime I need to talk, I just put it into an AI bot.
Oh god.
So are you doing that? Or are you actually like doing the ballad right now?
Yeah, I would do the ballad to kind of a beat of a drum. I kind of figured it sounded more folksy, so it'll
Drum
be kind of a
circle,
more
yeah.
earthy
Yeah.
performance.
Okay, so as you begin to play it outwards, begin to near the end of the ballad, you see as Griffin stands upwards and the flask drops from the hands. He just looks at the fire. He just begins to yell, Calissa! Calissa. Sorry. So sorry. Looks at the fire. The fire begins to grow. Twice fold now.
Arden, what did you do?
Face is pale.
I believe I struck a memory for him. He must.
Has anybody else noticed the fire here? Like this might be getting pretty dangerous.
Fire grows to 3 times its size. See him begin to pull the hand outwards in the direction of the fire. Puts his hand directly into the flames. Completely immune to it.
Well, that's fascinating.
Interesting.
And the
As they
name
pull
he
their hand
said.
out,
Nope.
fire dies down, clutches the fist. Looks towards you all, completely smashed out of their mind. Grabs the flask, sways side to side, goes underneath the stagecoach. No bedroll, no blanket. Hunkers down into themselves. The name they were yelling.
I was way off on the spelling.
We should ask about that tomorrow.
Oh, it sounds like it might be a bit of a sore spot.
Yeah, if there's anything you guys have learned with Ares and his friend, I'm gonna ask the question anyway.
As Ares' head is back, he hears all this, and yes, Tard, that's it. Be sensitive about somebody that he's cared about that he's lost. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. You ever think of that?
Does that name sound familiar?
You have keen mind?
I do not.
Well, that's
mean,
the problem.
I have a rather keen mind, but
You do?
do not
Roll
possess
flat
the
intelligence
feat.
check if you want.
Sure, why not?
.13 intelligence. What's the It's an elvish name. Going back to Volcarvast Republic, Belvoris, Calissa was popular in a number of individuals. How it relates to them, you don't know.
I think I remember why it rang familiar. Yes. Not applicable in this particular circumstance.
He did say that he spent some time in Temeria, correct?
He knew your father.
Knew your father, knew the shop your family owns. Talk to them.
There wasn't any infamous elves in Temeria by that name that I would know, is there?
Roll an intelligence check.
Yep.
There is a Calissa. Well, then there was two.
I said famous, not mine. I ain't worried about that.
Calissa does have a tie-in with the Salingale shop. There was a master apothecary named Calissa Erlee that was an astute and profound professor in one of the houses of Elion that later transferred to the Wizard's Keep. They were a notable vendor, particularly in your shop.
I would share that information with anyone that's still awake.
Perhaps someone that died in that siege then.
Yes, maybe it is best not to be brought up. If only somebody had told me that, Aries.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if only somebody had told you, Tardan. Seems to be the story of our campaign.
I don't know. I seem to be the only one left from when this all started, so.
It's all on you at this point. We could all just fuck off and leave it to Todd.
Could. Couldn't go any worse than it has been, so.
I mean, after all, you are the leader and the brains of the group.
No. Leader and bold, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, B words get me confused all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna lie to you guys. I'm really interested in that flask.
It's
Alright.
literally filled with the stuff that knocked you unconscious.
That's so
So-
funny.
I'm going to do what Athos
Yes.
did to me. If you would like to learn, the best way to test your skills is to just take it.
I don't recommend that in this particular instance.
If I remember correctly, Tardan, you're the one that's working on your skills in that area.
I already proved my value.
Mm,
Frank has those goggles on his face.
Athos, I mean, that was pretty easy, right? Did he really prove his value by taking those?
I mean, we were really on a confined ship. It was not. I was disappointed that he didn't manage to get them onto Nereus without Nereus noticing.
Yeah, that was
I
a little
mean,
embarrassing.
this would be the ultimate test right here.
Having to watch him try and give Nereus a gift, and that was kind of worth it, though.
Okay, that is fair. That part was worth it, but that doesn't not test his skills of acquiring items.
I literally stole from pirates on a pirate ship.
So, Ares, are you going to slide hand the flask from Griffin Wyvar's hand crown?
Setting Ares up for so much failure here. You can do it. I'll give him Bardic Inspiration just in case he decides to go for it.
Get that D8.
Yep, I'm doing it.
Okay,
This
roll
is so
sleight of
bad.
hand and then tack out a D8 afterwards.
As soon as he moves in that direction, Athos is just gonna it's just like try and wake up Griffin?
If that dude's as passed out as he said he was,
Did he say he was asleep? Because he said he was a half elf, so he might not
He
actually.
just said he just like curled up.
so does anything happen with Athos? Because if Athos wakes him up or if he moves, I'm not doing it. So
He didn't move.
I'm gonna, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's go. Plus a D8.
Mm-hmm. Better hope that shit's a 7.
Yeah, it needs to be high. Nope.
16. So you move underneath the stagecoach, moving as stealthy as possible. You then begin to look in the direction of the flask, cusped into the right hand, the curled Griffin Wyvar. You grab a little bit of hold of the flask and you begin to kind of brace the arm just a little bit to be like, hey, nothing is being lost. And as you pull the cloak backwards, you can see the Griffin is in possession of a silver and gold bracelet with an odd and interesting shaped red gemstone attached. They then look at you wide eyed in their trance. They begin to mutter, "Don't die." Over and over and
Mm-hmm.
Flask is in your possession.
Now you have to live with it.
But now he also has to decide if he's going back in for that gemstone.
Okay, I'm gonna put the flask in the bag of holding.
Put a flask
Your
of
what?
holding into a bag of holding, and now the universe.
Oh,
is
hold
gonna
on. I
look-
can't do
Yeah.
that, can I? Fuck. It's right because it's a.
Wait a second. Wait, what did you
Nope.
wait, no, did you do it?
Nope.
Did you
no,
do
I
it?
forgot.
No, we
No,
heard it,
no.
right? We can't break
I mean,
on. We
I
heard
just
it.
Said it.
He
said
said it. He said he put it in the bag of holding, right?
I did say it.
You
I
did.
forgot it was
He
enchanted.
did.
Oh my
Oh,
god. I did
God.
say it. It's fair enough. I did say it.
Is this man about to get Thanos snapped?
Yeah, pretty much.
This
You know what
man
happens, right?
Yes. I
This
did not mean.
man-
I've totally forgot that it was an
this
enchanted flask. I was
man
going.
just
I was going for the
knows.
alcohol in it. I forgot it was enchanted, ever ending.
This man just knows.
I did. I mean, it's fair enough. I did say it. However, if I did remember that it was enchanted, I would not have done it. So
It's fine.
I
The
mean,
bag of
we did
holding
talk
is,
about it earlier with the bag of holding and the chest of holding.
The
so-
flask is not going to some extra dimensional space. It's fine.
Right.
I'm just giving you shit.
No, I did. I wanted the alcohol in it. I forgot about the endless part. But as
Yeah,
I'm walking
so
back,
it's
Um,
it's an endless thing. It's enchanted in the sense that it's refilling it, right?
More of a
Yeah,
summoning.
okay.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
more of there's like a jar, right? Don't you have it, David? Right?
The alchemy jug. Yeah.
The alchemy jug. It's kind of based on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
right? So it's not that there's an extra dimensional space and you're gonna destroy both items. There's gonna be a wormhole sucking you into space.
I was ready for it.
No, that's not what's happening. It's just you place
Okay.
it in there and you put it within the bag of holding, and then you do what?
Well, that's one way to keep them from getting the stones.
So I'll be honest, I'm worried about his health and how much he has been drinking. But Athos, as I was trying to help this individual out, there was a very interesting bracer on his arm with a red gemstone that I think is above my skill level. To
So you're saying you're not finished stealing from him. You'd like to steal more.
that's no, I'm just saying that it's a very interesting bracelet that you might want to go and have a look at because I don't think we've ever seen anything like it before. You may have, but I haven't. It's worth at least a look, and then you can make up your own mind.
What was so special about it?
The way it looks, the way the gem is sitting there, it's just nothing. I can't describe it. It's nothing like I've ever seen before.
You
I'm
think it
pretty
might be
sure
one of-
if you go look, he's not going to know. Just look. That's all I'm asking.
one of our types of gems. You think?
I I mean, maybe, but like that would be 2 red gemstones because I have the other one in my bag.
All right, well, we know there are multiples of all of them. That's how.
Okay,
they
that's
become
fair.
complete. I find it odd that after our extensive exposition on the existence of the stones and what they do, he didn't mention that he had one.
Do I overhear this conversation?
I don't think this conversation is being had in secret. I'm assuming that all four
No.
of you, including
Yeah.
Frank, are at
Sitting
the
around.
campfire, right?
Yeah.
Or somewhere.
Well, Frank
where
might
this
be
mod
passed out
goes.
by now, knowing Frank, but I mean,
I will
yeah,
cast detect magic.
Okay.
Look towards the bracelet to see if, just from a distance, if I'm detecting anything.
Did you throw out a detect magic, and you do not detect any magic coming from the bracelets nor of Griffin Wybar?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Well, if that's the case, then you probably couldn't steal it because it would probably just go back to him.
But that does beg the question. Are we supposed to ask him to join us and give him the red gemstone that is in Harry's bag?
Well, perhaps a conversation to have tomorrow when he's sobered up a bit. He seems to
he's
be a
still
bit
here.
broken at the moment.
that's putting it lightly.
Yes.
It was as well when we first met, so
I
not
cast no
quite this
judgment.
broken.
Yeah, I don't. That's a lot of power to give to someone who might just stumble off a cliff tomorrow.
And I mean, we gave a lot of information up tonight. He gave some in return, but it's very curious how he never mentioned his gemstone.
I agree. Especially if we are corrected, assuming that he might be a chosen one himself. I hardly believe he has nothing else about him that is magical. We could have tested it with the flask if someone hadn't stolen it, but
What flask?
You're getting better at this. So-
I'm trying to continue my training in this.
One day you'll be a good liar.
Tard and I will never have half the skill that you have in bending the truth.
Yeah, I don't suggest you bend the truth. I suggest you just lie.
But hold on a second. You're not seeing any magic, but we have to assume that the sword that he had with all the writing inscriptions and the way that it looked on it was in some way,
Yes,
shape,
no,
or form magical.
that was my assumption. I can't believe that a Knight of Beer is not traveling with some collection of magical items and artifacts, which would suggest that he is protected much as we are.
And I would also tell you the way the bracer looks, if that thing's not magical, then I'll give all my stuff back and walk away tomorrow. That bracer is
Turns out that bracelet's
magical.
not magical.
Well, I mean, if it's just a containment vessel for the gemstone, then I mean, it is magical in the sense that it is holding the gemstone.
Thank you.
It may not do anything else.
That is correct. I didn't say what it did. I just said it's magical. Or has magic associated with it.
It's a bracelet.
Oh, I thought you said bracer. I'm sorry. Bracelet.
It's a bracelet. It's a silver
Okay, I
and gold
apologize.
intertwined bracelet inlaid with a red gemstone.
Oh, I was imagining like a silver and gold intertwined bracer, like
Yeah,
on his.
so-
Okay, I got you.
So
I got you.
imagine like a leaflet pattern of gold and silver that are coming
Okay.
together, right? Interwebbed.
Okay.
And then in the midst of that, underneath where the wrist is, right? That's where the red gemstone is, and then it's kind of interwebbed with the gold and silver lattice work.
Funny.
The red gemstone is of similar size and shape to that of your possession.
Funny that you, of all people, who is currently in possession of the redstone, is the one to discover this about him.
Now, maybe if you would work on your perception a little bit, you would have seen it in the tavern and not when you robbed him.
Oh, you're absolutely right, because I'm the one that has eyes all over the place to see things like this, that was asking questions about stuff like this. You're absolutely right, Tardan. Thanks for reminding me.
And it's still that's not my fault, so I'm okay with that.
This, to Athos's point, though, this is the perfect opportunity here. Is this something that we try to get from him to aid us in our journey, since we know that gemstones can be changed out?
Do we know? I mean, because none of us are connected to the red gemstone. You're just carrying it, correct?
Correct. But I believe Tardan was the last one that connected to it.
No, Nereus was.
No,
I
it's
haven't
Nereus.
touched it.
No,
He
there,
You
no, I
exchanged
thought
won't give it
for
to
the
me
blue.
because you didn't want me to have it, so that's why I have the black one.
no, I thought we gave it to somebody to try to connect to a different gemstone to test it out. What was it? We did something to OOC wise. We did something to test out gemstones
You did.
to see
Yep.
if you could connect to something else. I thought it was the red one with Tartan.
Correct. You had discovered from your observations on that that lake with that little ice flow in the center, right where the blue gemstone was. You had went through observations to find out that there was something on the lines of giving willingly.
And seemingly, you could only be attuned
To
so to
one.
speak, to one at a time. You were giving up one if you linked with another one.
Right. And I thought we tested that before Nereus gave up
Oh,
for
see, I wasn't there that session, so it wasn't me.
No,
Because, like,
was there that
Nereus-
session.
Nereus tried to
Oh,
give away the red stone and couldn't, and then he linked with the blue stone, and then he could. And that's kind of how it went. This, as I recall, because he
okay. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
put the
There's
stone in the
still-
bowl, and then it came back, and then
Yeah,
it
there
changed.
was still the question though of mutual if they were mutually exclusive, right? If one of
Right.
the so you could not tell if it was the relinquishing or if it was the gathering, right? So there was one or the other or both, right? You couldn't really tell if all the observations though led to were that it was something along the lines of giving away. You had to have some will to give it away, to
An
say
intent,
that
yeah.
an intent that was there.
I mean, seemingly, knowing what we know of Damodar and how he cast that spell, you have to have some way of harnessing multiples, because he had all of them at some point, or most of them.
So, with
I
what
do
we've
have Google's
discovered
now.
about all these different dragons' essence and bringing them together to, do what we're supposed to do here, do we take this chance, this opportunity, you might argue, to collect more of the red essence?
Well, I
Perhaps
suppose
he's-
that's
Go ahead.
well, it's one way or the other, right? Either he becomes an ally and we gift him with something that he needs, or we try and coerce, take, or otherwise acquire what he has for later use in our own campaign. It would seem that he has no other purpose in life at this point except to exact vengeance, and I would imagine. Todd, did we have some information about the siege of that keep, don't we? We assume it was Damodar that sieged it. That was sort of what started the war.
Given the timeline that he stated that it was 9 years ago, it almost sounds like I'm trying to remember the timeline.
Well, it was 9 years when Damodar performed his ritual at Felgum. The war started roughly 8 years ago.
Yes, but the only way that he would know that there was a time difference between the start of the war and that is if the keep was attacked right after the ritual, no? So that means that they had to have been
So
that and then the keep and then the war started.
odds are, if he attacked it personally with the aid of a dragon,
And we believe the red stone was his initial stone, the red dragon would have been there.
right? So here we have someone hell-bent on revenge against a red dragon, carrying a piece of the thing required to slay the red dragon. And seemingly we just told him that, and he didn't blink an eye.
Yes. And
Does he? I mean, is he playing dumb, or does he just
Maybe.
not know?
he doesn't know we have the red stone.
He does not know we have the redstone.
That's true. Perhaps he was just thinking, based on what we told him, that the rest would find their way to him.
The question comes down to, do we persuade him to give up his stone willingly to us in case he is connected to it? Or do we trust him, if he is connected to it, to not go off half cocked when he has half the stone?
Yes, I was going to say it might be useful simply to just set him off like a loose weapon and see what happens. However, I am concerned that if he fails, the stone could end up in the possession of Damodar.
So the guy in the bar, I would probably give the stone to almost without question that we first met. The guy, as the night progressed on, and take a look. I don't think this is anything new for him. I don't trust with one part of the stone, much less two pieces of the stone. I think that's just a gift to Damodar.
Probably so.
But with as much as he hates Damodar, Damodar can't take the stone.
From somebody alive. We
I
don't
suppose
know.
we haven't seen what happens when somebody dies.
Yeah, that's a bit of a loophole, I would imagine, right?
And although, as Dahi and I have discussed, when the people that gave us our stones, one, they gave them to us willingly. That's the first piece. I know that mine did not make it, or I guess with how weird things have been, I didn't see him die. But I don't think there's any way anybody could have survived that.
No.
The stones find their way to somebody else unless, I would argue, they're intercepted. And then they don't belong to anybody. I have this part of the red gemstone that doesn't belong to anybody, and I've been carrying it around for weeks.
Yes, but it was given up willingly. That's why it became no man's land, so to speak.
I mean, so okay, so he doesn't give it up willingly. Damodar just carries around his body. I mean,
It's possible.
like
I mean,
I
all
would
we have to
think
do
that,
is entrap him somewhere. Honestly,
that
Take him off
that
the
too,
boat.
that too. But I would just say that I think that if the person's dead, there's probably no longer an attachment. The gemstone has to do what it's meant to do, which is
That's-
find a way back into the timeline to be used by a chosen one. But
There's
if that's
there's a
intercepted,
simple test. I could just steal it and see if it goes back.
Well, there might be a simpler option.
cut his hand off.
No.
Oh.
Fucking God.
Could we ask him? Could we ask him to just toss the stone like I did for mine?
There's that. There's also. So there is one small, very, very small detail that I. Well, actually, I didn't leave it out because Nereus kind of told you guys about it. The stones seem to have the ability to not only connect with your dragon as is, but also connect you to them in the past. Presumably, that's actually how I connected to Ethrin the first time. So there is a chance that focusing on a stone of a dragon that's still alive, you may be able to figure out how Damodar got possession of it, and it could confirm if he killed the people that possessed the dragon, the stone.
What do you mean on the other redstone? The one
No,
we
not
have?
even the other red stone. On any of the stones, if you focus on a moment in time that you
Yeah,
believe
no, but I
happened.
mean, you mean focus on the one that we have to do that.
Well, yes, yes,
Yeah.
but presumably Damodar at one point had all the stones. So if you
Well, we
think
know
that
that
he
to
had
be the case.
Exactly.
When he committed the ritual, yes.
So if you were to focus on the gold stone, thinking about the previous owner, before Damodar presumably killed them and took the stone, if we think that that is a loophole. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're saying, how did Damodar get the stones in the first place?
No, I'm not
Essentially.
asking. I'm saying that if we
Well-
believe he got them by killing them, the stones can link us to the dragon's memory at that point in time.
Yes, we're saying
Well,
this,
if the,
we're
if the
we're
dragon
widely
was
agreeing.
there,
But if the dragon was connected to
That-
that person, they would still know, right?
But your hype. So probably a good time to slow it down and get to an end, because now we're going into land that like is the vision in the perspective of the dragon, or is the vision in the perspective of the bearer of the stone towards the dragon?
True.
So is this a connection between both, or is it solely a connection to one? And so that might be something to think about. I think that the context of saying is, was there previous stone bearers to this? And then can we look and see? I think that that is assuming that there is a connection between the stone bearer and the dragon.
And the dragon.
Right. That's
Mhm.
just assuming there's a connection between the stone bearer and the dragon, versus is it just purely a connection to the dragon, and then we're seeing something, right? We're connecting to something. And I think that the one piece of information you have to really go off of is that what Nereus did with Tresgall. Now, obviously, David, you weren't here for this, right? So he doesn't know that. So I know, David, you're probably just along for the ride right now.
Yeah,
You're
it's
probably-
like,
I see you
this
slouch out of your
level
chair
now.
going,
This
so
man's just been hit with
yeah.
all the info today.
hitting all. I'm sure David's just like typing like a mad person right now, just like taking notes, or just even just vegging out completely based on what you do, right? So this is where we're gonna halt it here, right? So we're gonna slow down. We'll go to out of character at this point. Just talk about some things. I think it's going to be important. But what Nereus did with Tresgall was that they took this. Tresgall commanded them or spoke to them in a way that they had to actually present the stone, and from there empowered themselves, engorged themselves from the magic the stone possessed that is linked to their very essence, the very thing that makes them a blue dragon. They engorged upon that and they empowered themselves. Does it matter who actually has the stone in that moment? Anybody could have done it. But it was the fact that Nereus did it willingly and had willingly taken possession and had done, right? So it's the willingness of that in offering. So if you die as a person, do you have a soul? Do you have a spirit? Well, in 5th edition D&D, you do, right? Your soul and your spirit is going to go off to another plane of existence. Does that relinquish your will and possession of the stone if you die? That's we gotta throw the hands up. We gotta question. We gotta wonder, right? So we gotta wonder. Something to think about.
And if we only had somebody with a resurrection spell, we could test it out.
Oh no, Dustin, no chopping of heads, no chopping of people's heads, no resurrection just for the sake of resurrecting to test something.
What do you mean?
No,
But you'll let us chop off toes and stuff. Okay.
Casually commit
I
murder.
didn't want that to happen. You all did that on Saturday. I didn't want that to happen.
Oh, you guys cut toes off?
They cut toes off in their group.
Multiple
They
toes.
self-mutilated.
Multiple toes.
we
So
still
fair,
didn't
that's-
defile a corpse in a temple.
Um,
I was gonna
That
say,
is
to be
true.
fair, that's better than the corpse.
So to finish off the session here, so just, this whole thing is really hypotheticals, gray area type stuff. It really is trying to make you all think about what could or what could not be. The end result is that Griffin may or may not have a stone. Griffin may or may not be chosen. Griffin may or may not be a drunkard, but also is
Oh, that's
apparently really
confirmed.
powerful, being able to command this flame and put their hands in it without being damaged. So there is a lot of layers here happening, and you will have to make educated or maybe not educated decision on what to do next. But chopping the hand off is not something that I would suggest. But you
Are
can
you
do
sure?
it if you really wanted to. But I was trying not to suggest. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go
That's why
calculate
this
some
group's so great.
experience. Yeah, I'm gonna calculate some experience points, and then we're gonna close up the stream here. So give me 1 second. Right. David, can you still not access the buttons?
No, I haven't been able to. It's still locked up on the right.
Okay.
I can access my character sheet, but
Well, I've noticed that I've been lagging, like there when I'm changing maps or I'm doing stuff. Like I'm having lag when I'm accessing storage.
yeah.
So I think it's
I had
I
some-
think it's the server issue.
Yeah, I had some
Yeah.
lag when I was trying to change some of the active effects on my magic items because I noticed like the cloak of
Yeah.
protection and ring of protection you imported didn't have the bonus to saves as well as AC, so I added those. But it was being really laggy trying to get those added. So
Yeah, I wonder if it has to do with a server issue. So, but you put an effect for those?
yeah,
Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, the Sunblade counts as a finesse weapon?
yes,
does.
it do.
I can see the wheels spinning right now in his head.
Tardan might start
Harden's gonna
stabbing-
do damage.
Tardan's gonna start stabbing people, dude.
I mean, that's more than Dougal ever did with it. Let's be honest. I think Dougal is still. Actually, no. I guess he was never there for one of the fights, was he? So that's unfair.
Yeah, I think he got the sword and then never came back.
Yeah.
That's Sedge.
Yeah.
No, he was there for the first arena fight, remember? Because he tried to save the T-Rexes.
Oh,
You was here for the first three to fight.
Well, that Michael didn't do that. You weren't playing them when that one happened. Oh,
You
okay.
try to befriend the T-Rexes. I'm pretty sure if they ghosted prior to the Coliseum, you all might have rethought going in.
yes.
We had Frank. We're good.
We didn't have Frank yet.
True.
Frank is the solution to all problems.
I mean, no,
He-
we had
he
Frank
just doesn't
for
know
the
it.
start of the Coliseum.
Yeah, but you did not have Frank yet. See what I'm saying? As in Frank was still a farmer.
That is true.
No, you had Frank. I don't know. Yeah, if you were, we'll see.
I think we had just met him.
I think you just met,
Frankless.
yeah. I just don't know if it would have changed the dynamic. Sometimes things happen, but yeah, you might have won it. Who knows? So if 960 experience each, put you at 60,891 experience total. You should be able to change the value at the top right
Mhm.
for your experience. Hopefully,
So close to level 10.
60,981.
yeah, it's in chat. 60,891.
You know, maybe if we kill
Um,
this guy, we'll hit level 10 next session.
If you're watching the stream, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got a little lore, definitely very much in the realm of hypotheticals, but it's awesome to use the brain and think, especially when you've just been the first part of it shopping and then prior to that battling a demigod. Definitely take some time here at the campfire, right? Just think about things. It's always really helpful. So if you join us next week, we play at 4:30 on Fridays, and we hope to see you then. Thanks so much, and have a good weekend. So bye.
Bye, chat.
Later.